with this game. Our adventurers have many of them were traveling across the desert in the world that uh, that our adventure takes place in the Elysian Desert. They were doing some trading. Some of them originated from the destination that many of them went to originally, but one way or another, they were a part of this caravan that was traveling across the desert, and that became lost due to a sandstorm that happened. And so the members of that caravan became lost for many days, exhausted their food and water supply, but fortunately came across this ancient ruin that had a fairly well maintained pyramid at the center of what appeared to be like an old city that had long been buried by the sands. Members of this caravan had gone inside the pyramid to search for supplies, and in that search, discovered that there is uh, a race of humanoids that call themselves Synodicians that were dwelling inside. These cousins of the surface dwelling humans have adapted really well to life underground, and it would appear for many centuries have lived away from the surface world and underground. And when the party made contact with them, they learned that there is a subterranean city deep under the earth that where they live or had formerly lived, a city built around an underground lake where they do agriculture and things like that. This was kind of an answer to a problem. There are bountiful supplies there. Unfortunately, the Synodicians do not currently have control of that city and are subsisting off of scavenged supplies themselves. The caravan made an alliance with the leader of this group that they had met. His name is Canadius. I'll throw up, we've got some art of him, so I'll throw that up on the screen here. But they made this deal, this arrangement with Canadius that they would help in the reclaiming of their city from the followers of this sort of demigod or this horrible monster that they call Zargon, who is kind of at the heart of the conflict and the problems that befell their city some time ago. Our heroes have, in the very previous session, I think it was in the previous session where you learned a little bit more about kind of the plight of the Synodicians, and learned that of those that do not follow Zargon, those that wish to reclaim their city, there are essentially three factions. There are the Brotherhood of Gorm, who you have met and made contact with. They follow Gorm, this god of might and justice, that kind of guides everything that they are trying to accomplish back at the city. There is the Magi of Usimagaris, who are wizards and scholars. Their god is one of knowledge and secrets. And there is also a faction called the Maidens of Madarua, who follow a goddess who embodies glory and fervent battle. So those three factions, unfortunately, are not seeing eye to eye right now because of problems that occurred 1 year ago when they tried to retake their city from Zargon and his followers. So we learned something about a betrayal that happened as a result of the leader of the Magi of Usamagaris. His brother had murdered him in the midst of this battle and caused a lot of the fallout of this betrayal was what ultimately led to the Synodicians to have to flee their city and retreat up into the pyramid where you now have found them. They're all kind of living in proximity, but not really communicating or talking with one another. A lot of communication has just kind of been left. They sort of ignore each other for the most part. Herbie in the previous session became, as we're all searching the pyramid, Herbie had become possessed by the spirit of the former ruler of Usama the Magi, whose name was Demetrius. And through this possession, Herbie kind of learned that Darius, his brother, is still alive. And Demetrius' spirit inhabiting Herbie was kind of trying to use him as a vessel to exact revenge for this betrayal that happened 1 year ago. In that possession, Herbie also caught sight of a plan that the Zarganites are concocting. They are starting to muster their forces, and they're gearing up for one final sweep of the pyramid to eliminate the Synodicians once and for all. And so that is the knowledge that we kind of left the last session at. The party has returned back to Canadius. There was some talk of trying to get Canadius to maybe make an alliance with these other groups, and he is stubbornly refusing that. He says that he would rather take his chances, the Brotherhood of Gorm, and you, the Wanderers from the desert, fighting together. Even if you're diminished numbers, he can't trust the Magi. He's just worried that there will be a repeat of that betrayal. He's worried that there's Zarganites amongst them. And he also is not really willing to bring the warrior maidens of Matarua into this conflict, because he doesn't believe that they are discerning enough to recognize who is a true Zarganite and who might just be an unwitting member of the evil that the Zarganites are committing. And so that is kind of the backdrop of where this session starts. Before we kind of get into like what is happening kind of in the moment, the daily kind of, you're gearing up for another day of adventuring, let's get some character introductions. Players give us character name, class, race, and maybe tell us a little bit about what your character is thinking about in terms of what is the solution, what is the strategy that the Synodicians, or Canadia specifically, should be taking to deal with this impending attack that you're anticipating. So we will start first with Helibit.
Well, I'm Cliff. I'm playing Helibit Frostbeard, and he is a Hill Dwarf cleric, second level, and he's he suffered a bit of a breakdown in his past and has been very depressed ever since. But his thoughts on this is that being a pessimist that he is, he feels that everyone is going to get wiped out because they can't come together. So
Sounds good. So Helibit is kind of feeling that if they don't unify, well, maybe whether they unify or not, it's hopeless one way or another. Is
yeah,
that right?
it's just
Okay.
hopeless. We're all going to
Gotcha.
die.
Gotcha. Next up, we have Herbie.
Yeah, Herbie is an elf cleric. He left home after his family was mysteriously murdered. He's never really fit in all that well. It was a manufacturing community, didn't want to be in manufacturing anymore. So he decided to go off and be a cleric, and traveled with the caravan to try and find some friends. Not a great communicator, and yeah, since being possessed, or at least yeah, possessed by the spirit of Demetrius, Herbie really feels that if everybody can just see what happened, and really understand that there is a common enemy amongst everyone, that there's an opportunity here to bring everybody together. But he knows that he doesn't really have the oomph to make that happen. It is kind of longing a little bit for more of Demetrius to come back after his feeling has waned a little bit in his heart and mind.
Yeah, he was more of a dominant force up until kind of the last couple of moments of the previous session. You still feel if you tap into that energy, he's still trying to draw you towards the location of Darius, and so it's sort of kind of yeah, kind of ebbs and flows that the energy or the intensity of that feeling, but you know if you focus on that, you can feel kind of a specific direction that Demetrius is trying to pull you towards. Um, all right. Next up, we have Murray. Britt Jermaine. I got it in there.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Isaac. I play Mary Brett Jermaine. I'm a Goliath rogue. As far as what I'm doing here, it's been a big mistake, actually. I really shouldn't be here, but I'm here now. We're not going to get into much of it now. I feel like we've talked about it quite a bit, and I'm tired of talking about it, actually. And it's a bit rude if you continue asking me. But I feel like I'm going through a bit of the actions, kind of just, I'm just trying to survive at the moment. I'm invested, I guess, in myself. I care a little bit. Maybe Tomb Bear is all right, Professor. He smells a bit like cotton balls, but that's okay. And Halibut, I love you. I really do. You're better than you think. And hey, nice to meet you, everyone else. And oh yeah, Savoir. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. But yeah, I'm not really invested too much in anything but staying alive, really. So that's where I'm at.
Whatever will get you through the day is
Yep.
the way
Yep.
forward. All right. Next up, we have someone who's probably more invested than maybe most, Professor.
I'm Boston. I'm playing Professor. He is an extremely old human wizard. He is a member of the Magi Samigaras. And his current ideas right now is I do not smell like cotton balls, first of all. And honestly, I don't care what the other guy has to say about anything. We're gonna die. They're gonna come up here and murder us, just like they did before. If we don't pull our behinds together and work as a team here, we're gonna get nowhere except more than 6 feet under because we're already underground. So let's mosey on up and rally the troops and maybe stay away from the warrior maidens. They're kind of crazy. But other than that, let's get to it.
So Professor is behind the idea, as does the leader of the Magi, Ariga. Really want to see some unity, but they've kind of failed to bring all the factions together quite yet. Next up, we have Savoie.
Uh, I'm Scott. I'm playing Savoie. Savoie is an elven calligrapher who's been spending most of the last 120 years just simply working in monastic-like conditions, copying and transcribing and working on his penmanship. And finally, after 12 years of trying, he won the lottery and was able to be granted a fine vacation. And he was on his way to town when we encountered this stop. And he's just really enjoying like how the story is developing. For people in the more modern universe, imagine going to like medieval times and there's a show and you get to watch it, but you actually get to get on a horse and participate. So he thinks this is all just grand, and he's a little disappointed in the gift shop. Thought it was pretty crappy. The no prices on anything, but still would not sell anything either. But recently, while everyone else was off doing things, he thought he would try this fitness program where he learns to like use his walking stick as a staff and swing it around and fight. And he's like, this would be great. A little bit of wartime, role enactment, playtime. If it doesn't work, we'll just reset the stage, try it again, till we get our lines right. And all of us will have a really good time and hopefully a souvenir t-shirt.
Savoie's kind of in a parallel alternate world that only he sees. And whatever happens here, no matter how it plays out, it'll be entertaining.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Sounds good. And next up we have Tome Bearer.
Hi, I'm Ed. I'm playing Tome Bearer, or Tommy to his friends. I am a Warforged artificer and librarian. I've spent the last several hundred years in a library and have only recently discovered that there is, in fact, a whole lot of other world out there. And so I have set out to discover what there is to discover. As far as this particular conflict, I've found that a primary deterrent for bad behavior is typically increased late fees and ultimately a complete revocation of your library privileges.
Sounds good. So, based on we did do some before the session, I kind of trying to gauge where the characters wanted to go a little bit here. Canadius, having been brought this news about the attack that is coming from the Zarganites, very much, this is kind of the morning after. There's been probably some late nights that he's been up with his advisors, kind of trying to figure out how exactly to approach the next couple of days. But what his directive is, to you all, is he wants you to go back down there to the 5th level of the pyramid, to try to get some intel. Perhaps he's a little bit flabbergasted by the news that Herbie is being possessed by Demetrius, but his idea is for you to use that and to lean into that and see if you can't identify where Darius is, such that maybe you could get the jump on them before they launch the attack. Maybe assassinate Darius before plans come to fruition. We're kind of skipping past a big conversation that you might have had with Canadius the previous night. You maybe had tried to appeal to a sense of cooperation with the other factions. He would have none of it. He just is not even open to entertaining that idea. However, Professor received a message from Ariga, the leader now of the Magi of Usamagaris, and he wants to meet with you all. He's tried to reach out to Canadius and the Brotherhood of Gorm to no avail, and he is now hoping that through you, some sort of dialogue might be opened up. And so, where we're going to begin is you've just entered into that rotating passage that is on the 3rd level of the pyramid. And Professor, this is where you emerged in your very first session of the Lost City. And so where we begin, you're all standing. You've just emerged from the rotating passage with Professor, and you're standing in this 10-foot wide hallway that leads to a door, a stone door at the other end that has a 5-pointed star inscribed upon it that seems to be inlaid with silver filling. And so open it up for any kind of conversation that you all might be having with one another as you make your way to meet with Ariga.
Before you meet with him, I will give you a little warning. He is kind of very forthright and straight to the point. He'll tell you as it is. He doesn't like to fiddle around with words. And for instance, if you're going to die next week, he's going to tell you that. There's no beating around the bush. He's going to get straight to it. And I will be with you shortly. I got to grab a few things before I do. But I believe you all will be just fine and have a lovely conversation with him.
Wait, so you're not gonna have the conversation with us?
Oh, I'll be just literally next door. I was gonna grab a few things from somewhere else.
Okay.
We're going to war.
Yeah.
I can't be unarmed. And look at me. I'm wearing robes. What else can I do with that? And I gotta get my things.
Hey, you know what? I got to tell you, I found this great mug. it was a great chalice. It was really nice and beautiful. And I got someone to inscribe my name on it. And it says, I was at the temple and all I got was this mug. So, if you're going, you don't, bypass the mug line.
I'll be
Is
sure
that
to.
really all you've gotten? Is a mug?
Well, I mean, things cost, nothing costs money, but it costs people's attention. People just don't seem to want to, they don't understand the merchandising that's going on here. So, that took a lot of work. People just don't seem to understand.
Maybe that's an opportunity for you. You could stay here and just open up a shop.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt. I mean, I had to show the guy how to write my name, and he didn't even understand half of the scripts that I was trying to sell him. I mean, I got Canadis' script and got it on thing, and I tried to show him, but nothing. He's like, "That's not your name." So, what's next? I mean, do we need tickets?
In the party.
What was that,
What was
Hamilton?
that?
The professor was going to leave us.
Not really. I'm really just going through the door and then taking a left.
Oh, I misunderstood.
Yeah, I made it sound like I was leaving you forever. I'm just grabbing, literally some armor and a sword. Really nothing else.
Maybe you could have done that by now. I feel like.
Well, I have been keeping charge of you, remember? Also, haven't really got a chance to go back.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta make sure you're all safe, like the good host I am.
I can make armor now,
You can make armor? That's awesome.
Yes.
What do you make it out of?
Metal.
Like you found metal here?
I need metal to make it, but.
Because we couldn't get food, like a week ago. And now we're getting metal and making stuff.
You got a mug, all right? Don't ask too many questions. You're the one with an engraved mug.
Oh, I know. I mean, I'm quite pleased with this. I'm thinking if they don't make any more, the value is going to go up.
All right.
Right, Jermaine, you did have a snow globe at one time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that too. I did. Actually, it was more of I had the inside of the. At the time, yes, I actually was a bit thirsty. I was really happy. It was nice for a bit, but
You were
it
like
hurt like hell on the way out. Huh?
You're like a non-permeable snow globe yourself. Like the snow globe was you, but we couldn't see it. And then you ran, and it shook up, and then it came out, and then we didn't like what we saw.
What is this?
I was just trying not to step in it on the way out, actually. It was a bit of me all over.
What's a snow globe? We don't really have snow.
What? Well, first I have to
Oddly,
explain.
they don't have snow either.
To make them.
From the other side of the door, you all just hear like a muffled voice in a language that you can't understand, but Professor, you can understand it. And you would understand that this voice, it sounds like Ariga, and he says, Professor, I am waiting right here to make my entrance. Could you get them to come? It's fairly impressive if I don't want to pop out and be, I knew that you were here. Come.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got just the thing for you. Gentleman and metal person thing, I present to you my leader. This is your cue.
And then okay. And then the door opens, and on the other side of the door, you see this kind of portly-looking humanoid figure, wearing this silver mask of a winged, almost looks like almost like an infant-like face, wearing a multicolored rainbow robe. And he says, "Hello, welcome, I am Ariga. I knew that you were coming. Please, come in, come in."
Where did you get that robe? And I just walk up and start fingering the fabric. I'm like, this is what you need to be selling.
Oh, you like?
Yes. mean,
It is
what would
not
you take
for
for it?
sale. No trades. Please. That's enough. You're making me uncomfortable. And he kind of beckons you to follow him into this larger chamber. And as you are beginning to make your entrance, you can see at the far end there is a stone altar that is built in the shape of a five-pointed star. A candle rests on each of the points, with one larger candle standing in the center, all made of a sort of black wax. All six of the candles are lit currently, and there's a number of other robed figures in here, all kind of sitting, kneeling, almost in like kind of a reverence or a prayer like fashion on the ground, cowled robes, hoods covering their faces, and they all have their hands together, and they seem to be all kind of like in unison, chanting some kind of incantation or prayer or something like that. And you see this figure just kind of starts like to poke each of them, and he says, "Shoo, enough. Please clear the room. I wish to hold I'm holding a meeting. Go." And all of these robed figures start standing up, and they start filing down to the door to the south. As the room clears and it's just you and him, he says, "I want to thank you all for coming here to visit with me. I am Origa Sakinos. I am the leader of the Magi of Usamagaris. Professor has told me all about you and your exploits here in the pyramid, and you all very impressive, very impressive."
Actually, Professor didn't mention how close you actually were. If I knew you were just a door away, we might have met you a little sooner.
I literally told you this when I first saw you. I literally pointed to the door that was right there.
I thought there were many rooms behind the door. If you would have said he's waiting for me behind the door, we probably would have just popped in.
I said he's waiting for you. Why do I need to get so specific with it?
I mean,
You kids.
It is
But
okay.
most of the places that we have gone have been far away.
This is no problem. I foresaw that today would be the day that I would meet you. And Professor, this was just a process. You had to go through this journey in order for this moment to come to be. Yes.
Well, I'm grateful for the journey I've been on.
So which of you... Nope. Don't need to ask. I know. And he's just kind of like, is it him? And he's like looking at Savoie. No, I don't think so. He's like looking at... You can see Professor, he's like looking at you, like almost like hoping you're going to signal which one has the spirit of Demetrius. Demetrius, where are you?
It be him.
Aha! I knew it. And he goes over to Herbie and he just places his hands on your shoulder. He's like, Demetrius has chosen you to be the vessel. This is wonderful. Yep. Wonderful.
It's a little scary. I'll say that. It's a little frightening. I'm a little scared.
We have been lost without Demetrius. I am no surrogate, no replacement for his wonderful leadership of our group. But this is an omen. This is a good thing that he has shown himself. You all, he must see something in you, that he would choose one of you to be his vessel. But
I did open the tapestry. Yeah. I did do that.
It was in that moment. It was fate that drew you to the tapestry.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Fate.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. But I can see it. I have seen it in my visions. He desires vengeance. Now is not the time. You must help Demetrius. Calm. Only we must be patient. We must ready ourselves. There are things here in the pyramid, things that we could use, manipulate, that will help us in the upcoming war with the Zarganites.
What? How patient?
Oh, just a little patient.
Okay,
Maybe
just a little patient.
just a little patient.
Yeah, because this is
On a
things are
scale of
happening.
1 to 10, how patient?
I would
I
say
like that. A scale.
probably like a 6.5.
Now,
Okay.
wait. Now you have to explain though what the 10 is.
Is 10 very patient or is 10 very urgent?
Oh, 10. I think 10 is very patient, and 1 is like, oh, we are like the maidens of Madarua. We're just going to run into battle without thinking, just kind of be crazy and not talk to anybody.
I saw their outfits. Their outfits.
And then
were
10,
terrible.
10 is like the Brotherhood of Gorm, like just sit on our hands and not do anything ever. So we got to meet in the middle, all of us, right? We need to be somewhat patient, but maybe have some risk taking and some urgency. Yes. I think
Calculated risk, one might say. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
We
like
calculated it at about 6.5.
According to Herbie, we don't have that much time in it now.
Well, time. It is true. Time is a finite resource that we have, but it is okay. We can buy ourselves more time, perhaps, with some things that you may find, some things that the warrior maidens of Madarua are already familiar with. Some things on the fourth level of this pyramid, where the great King Alexander and Queen Zenobia long ago were entombed.
Oh, yes. I remember hearing about that.
One of them has discovered a secret entrance to the long-forgotten tomb. I have seen it in my divinations, and we need to get these things, these artifacts that were buried with them long ago before the warrior maidens get them. It is not that we see them as enemies and we don't want them to help us in the battle, but if they get their hands on these artifacts, they will surely charge into battle using them and they will be lost. We still need to bring a coalition together. We need to all be working together. And so, you have come here, we are talking, perhaps you can beat them to the punch, break into the secret long-lost tomb and find these objects that long ago were entombed with them.
Do you think that any of the, if we were to collect these objects, would it potentially convince Kennedius and the Brotherhood of Gorm to work with us? Because maybe that would mean it'd be foolish not to, because we have all this power from these items, these things.
I hope so. At least I hope it can motivate him in the right direction.
What are these things that we have to look for?
These things, these objects. One is the scepter that Queen Zenobia long ago used. Magical. She was a sorceress in her own right. If we could get our hands on that, it may be a useful object in slowing down the Zarganites and their forces, and even though we do not have the numbers, perhaps with the use of this magical artifact, we can turn the tide.
She was buried with it.
We believe so.
Do you
And
think
then-
it's protected?
It is likely guarded by traps and things like this.
Of course.
I cannot predict what might be there. We have no logs of the specifics of the architects of this pyramid. But rest assured it would be likely that they have built in such wards. With King Alexander, he was buried with his great sword and plate mail. Magical artifacts themselves constructed long ago. These objects could be infused with the spirits of those scions of our society. From back during the times when the Synodicians still lived above ground, where you all are from.
And what happens if we see the maidens and they see us walking around with all this stuff? They might be a bit ticked off.
I don't believe that they have put their plans into motion quite yet. We have but a moment to maybe get the jump
Sure,
on them.
because you said that they are a 1 and not a 10.
This is true. I cannot. I do not know whether they have made a move or not. If you do encounter them, I believe that some of you have made friends with one of them already.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd hope so.
Perhaps they will see you as a neutral party and not necessarily in alliance with me.
That doesn't
There's
seem good.
there's this a thing goes by the FUD.
Oh, you've
do you
met
have
the
any-
FUD.
We've met the FUD.
FUD.
What's the FUD?
The FUD. Well, why don't you share the FUD?
The FUD is a hobgoblin of some repute. He's feared amongst his own people, and he has been a very brutal warlord in our place.
It's quite rude.
Yes, he's no manners, this FUD.
Mm-mm. What?
Let's
So
zero.
yeah, there's a pretty good chance that we might run into the FUD again. And do you have any thoughts or maybe tips, assistance for us to deal with the FUD? Anything you know about that? The FUD doesn't care for.
His domain is that of shadow. If you get him in the light, he does not like that.
Mm-hmm.
It restricts many of his abilities.
Yeah, he was blinking all over the place.
Perhaps he had something in his eye.
You guys had a lot of fun while I was working.
Fun? Yeah. FUD. FUD. FUDD.
Oh.
Yeah, no, not fun.
I thought you were
No,
saying the fun.
not fun.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. No.
Well, it
no.
sounds
fun.
fun.
Yeah.
It's not really that fun.
No.
But it is very FUD.
Very fun.
Professor, what is wrong with your head? You seem to have suffered some kind of. It says like what is that?
Oh, yeah. We met the FUD. He just beat the shit out of me and then left. Out of all the people that beat up, he beats up the old man. Not the brawly, brutocratic Mr. Person. Not him. No, just the old man.
In all of the stories I've read, wizards are very dangerous, so it is a tactical decision to beat them up first.
To be
I'm
fair,
100
I
and
probably
up,
beat
damn
you up
it.
fast.
I'm gonna go get my things. I'll be back. He's gonna go in.
Professor, when you look for your things, could you bring me a shield?
I'll see if we have one. We're not really like the rest of them. We're more wizards, if anything.
You said you were getting armor and a sword.
Yes, but we don't use shields. We're not heathens. And he'll just leave the owl in his
I do
place.
not
And they'll-
understand.
I don't understand that sentiment either, but it is true we do not have the shields necessarily. It is possible if you're looking for weapons and shields and such, perhaps. Well, perhaps, I hate to say this, it's a little ghoulish, but we're already asking you to break into a tomb, so what's a few more? On the 4th floor, perhaps you could find such things entombed with.
Yes,
I
in
can't
fact,
even complete it.
there are several rooms where we discovered undead creatures, and we've labeled them.
Oh, yes,
That's
this is
right.
good.
We did. That's right.
That
You
is
see anything?
very wise.
Yeah.
So if you find yourself down there and there's writing on the door, heed its warning.
Oh, that's okay. I would prefer not to go down there. That's why I prefer to send Professor and some of these other expendables down there.
He's probably glad he was not in the room to hear that.
Well, if he's been doing his studies and doing his divination, perhaps he can figure it out that I said this nasty thing about him.
What would lead a 109-year-old person to be a level 1 wizard?
Like I say,
It's
he
level
probably hasn't done
2!
his studies.
Mm-hmm.
His story is his own. I will let him tell it if he so chooses.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else that you think we should be aware of that when we grab these things, like any curses you know of or anything like that?
Oh yes, curses very much possibility.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
It was more of it wasn't a yes or no question.
You wanted me to reassure you that no, of course not. There would be no curse. It would be totally above board.
Oh yeah.
And then he just like points at Helbet. Maybe have him do all the things. It seems like he's kind of given up already.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, we have a plan then, I suppose.
Okay, very good. Nice meeting you all. And perhaps if you are successful, we will talk to you again. If not, goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. See you later.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
And you make yourselves your way back out into that little hallway. He closes the door.
Probably won't see you again.
And then he goes somewhere, wherever Professor's in his room gathering his stuff. He shows up and he says, "Hello, Professor, your friends are leaving now. You might want to hurry and catch up."
Are they insulting me? My owl told me so. Is that true? Are they making fun of my abilities?
They had a lot of questions.
All be answered in due time.
I'm sure.
Sir, may she guide you.
Yep, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And good luck also.
Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, you too. This was pleasant and professional. Yep, goodbye. So then you make your way into the hallway as well.
That guy was so boring.
You know, I don't know if it dawned on any of you guys, but with our prime professor, I think we might be expendable too, guys. We might be in that category.
I believe we were.
Oh, I thought he was just talking about that old fart you're friends with.
No, I think he was talking about all of us.
Oh, I wasn't really listening. He smelled funny.
It's both of them, right? You smelled it too.
I do not have a sense of smell.
His robe was nice and I liked it, but the closer I got, I mean, I wouldn't have bought that one off him because, I mean, yeah, really.
It's lived in.
It's died in.
We've been on the run for a year. We kind of can't really change our clothes over spares in the city. As you see, Professor is like in studded leather that's like way too big for him. It's way too big for me. It's like a curved rapier on his side. It's like, I got my things, but you know, we haven't been on the run. We haven't got to change our clothes recently.
There's not a lot of water around here either.
Yeah, by the way, where's all the food that we talked to the guy? Where's all the food that we're supposed to get?
Well, if you don't die, he'd be happy to share some. But also, I've been saying this since like day one. You've been here, and you have not came. So
We did
now gotta
though.
work for it now. It's
Well,
not
I'm
my
glad we
doing.
didn't because your promises were empty.
Well, this is a one-day offer. Remember?
That was not said at the time. You said if we came to visit, we'd be given food.
Yes, but it's also literally been 3 days since. So you see the little bit of
You
the
did not put a
conundrum.
time limit on it at the
Did you
time.
eat
You
it
said if
all?
we
Why-
came to
why?
visit, you'd
It's a
give us food.
self-implied time limit. You think about it. every day just fades into one when you get to my age.
Then it's only
Honestly.
been one day, and our offer is still good.
You guys
Yes,
haven't
it
been
may
eating?
have felt like one day, but it's been 3.
You just told me it's all phases into one for you.
Yes, well, when you're human and mortal, you kind of get these feelings. It all
Would there
just
be-
turns into a blur.
Alex,
Much
would there
like
be a
my-
way that I could kind of knock back on the door?
You want to knock on the door?
Yes, please.
It opens like immediately. Hello.
Oh God! Second time this happened here.
Yep.
Where's all the food? The professor said you had a bunch of food and water.
Ah.
Yep.
You're hungry, are you? Okay. Well, maybe I can conjure up a bit of cheese or... what are you hungry for?
Maybe a nice ribeye, prepared medium rare, a bit of scalloped potatoes, maybe a bit of parsley on the side, red cabbage, with a bit of vinegar. I would like it, especially maybe some cheese bread. That might be really nice.
And then he starts to incant a spell, and he sees, like, I don't know, kind of sculpting little things that you can't see in the air until suddenly on the floor, just like literally on the flagstone, but at your feet, all of the things that you asked for, like, conjure up there.
Wow.
Voila.
Oh, wow. I guess, thank you.
There's some
Anyone
on your
else
boot.
hungry?
I don't think that floor has been cleaned in a
It
long.
don't. It looks delicious. I really do.
It's been centuries and floor has never been cleaned.
He'll grab the ribeye. Take a bite. This is medium. I asked for medium rare.
Goodbye. He just slams the door shut.
Send it back.
See?
Harry Brett Jermaine's
All
happy.
this is-
Where we going, I guess?
So I wasn't listening. Were we supposed to be doing something or going somewhere? Was something supposed to be happening?
Oh yes,
Yes.
down to the tombs.
Yeah, there was like old stuff
We
there,
need
right?
to find the scepter and the great sword and plate mail.
And everything there we get to keep, right?
We're gonna
Got it.
rob tombs.
Well, I thought, like,
Tommy.
trade.
Yes.
We go down there, we work hard, we get, a payoff.
Well, technically, it's to be divided amongst people who are most worthy of the items and have the best capability of using them. I mean, there's no way in the 9 hells I'm using a great sword. Let's be honest here.
But wouldn't those who have the strength to retrieve them be the most worthy?
That sounds. I think I just want to make sure that I get there and then everyone sees me and maybe someone takes a drawing with me holding all of it and then we trade places and we all just kind of get that moment.
Murray would kind of move over to Tommy a bit and go, Tommy, you think? And he'd kind of look over to the other, like the other side of the hallway, the opposite side. He's like, do you think the leader of the maidens are behind that wall?
So far, things have not been symmetrical, but it might be worth a look.
They might have a shield.
Maybe.
I have.
Although from the description, I don't think that they specialize in shields. They're more of attack, attack, attack.
I guess you're right. Yeah, there was a bit. Whatever happened to that vase?
Oh, it's just upstairs. We could take it to get down there.
And actually, to head down, you'd pass by that room with those vases.
Well, one of them is up the on the floor with everything else, and then another one is down by the tomb. So we can just hop through.
Oh, okay. So you wanna jump right over to that side of the map. Let's see. It should be easy enough to do. Maybe. There we go.
Unless Murray thinks we need to go visit someone else first.
No. I was thinking what you thought, Tommy. I don't mind. I'm as he's like chewing on the cheese bread. He's like, this is delicious. I can't. Oh wow, so good. I'm happy. Wherever we go, I'm good.
And Alex, I would like to apply one of my infusions. My artificer infusions. I'm going to put goggles of night on the bird mask that I got in the first session. So now I can wear the bird mask and see in the dark.
Sounds good. So you got your dark vision.
Yeah, I don't know how to apply that, but
Yeah, we'll just. Yeah, you can see.
okay, great.
Do you have another one that that you're using, or?
Yeah, I would put repeater on my crossbow so it loses the loading.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I can just fire and I don't need a free hand. Which will become even more important when I have a shield.
Would it be all right for me to put aid on a few folks at this point too?
Yes. So those of you that are receiving aid, maybe write down what your actual HP is, and then on the combat tracker in Fantasy Grounds, you can adjust your hit points, and then just remember to revert it back at the end of the session. So,
Professor Murray and Tommy.
So is that 5 hit points?
Yes.
Okay.
Many thanks.
Abs.
Murray will roll his shoulder a bit, kind of feel a little bit stronger. Oh wow! Thank you very much.
Happy to help.
other preparations and spells and things like that that you'd like to do as you're making your way?
I'll have dancing lights going. Just
Okay.
for extra light.
I was just twirling one of his pen darts.
Sounds good. So you all, you have this this magical vase. For those that weren't here for that session, they found this room that had these very large, basically these jars that they discovered that each of them had like a twin, and these things were large enough that a person could pop inside and basically do a little Mario Brothers thing and pop out the twin. And so they've got one up top with them on the 3rd level, and have used it now to pop over here where the trap door is. And this is essentially where Ariga would have kind of alerted you to the fact that there was a secret door over here. And as you kind of navigate over to the wall and discover where the stone wall kind of pushes out and into this this annex in the middle of this floor of the temple, or the pyramid, you can see inside the light of the dancing lights hitting the floor of this long, narrow room that has a red and white checkered patterned floor.
Well, it seems this is where the room is.
Yes.
You guys
So
been
in we
here
go.
Before?
Okay. Which way do we go?
I would
There's only
I
one
would
way to go, apparently.
assume through the door.
I will go with Murray. Brett Germain.
Yep. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the name. Full name. Thanks, Tommy.
Have you guys been here before?
I have not.
This floor is so different. It's so unique.
It is a bit.
I mean, it's no more of that boring stone.
What do you have against stone? I think
I
it's
mean, it's
rather
just-
nice.
It's been done. I mean, after a while, we've seen so many rooms, a little bit something extra for the money.
I have seen checkered floors before as well.
But here, I haven't seen them here.
You're right. I have not seen them here. In that way, it is new.
Just a way to hide traps better.
Alex, what is the lighting like in that room?
It would be dark, but Professor has cast a dancing light spell, so you've got light as you're looking in there.
I will cast light so it is bright.
Can I just step into the room and take a look at it?
The bright light might help if the FUD is here.
Please, you first.
So, Tonebearer, you step in. Savoir, you step in. The ceilings here are about maybe just a little bit shallower than out in the hallway, about 10 feet versus the 12 feet that was out there. And you can see forward what appears to be like, it basically looks like a 10-foot block that kind of came down from the ceiling at one point and had dropped down. That just kind of like halfway covers the passage down. Oh, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know how far away that is. Maybe like 50, 60 feet or so down the hallway. And you can see there's a 10-foot passageway that seems to go beyond that.
Can we see it that it came from the ceiling? Like when you look in a mouth, you see a tooth is missing. We can see a block is missing from the ceiling.
Give me a perception check.
All right. That's probably going to be a no then, but let's see. Require me to actually know it, then we're going to have a problem.
Okay. So you're looking down that way. It's not the kind of thing, this is like floor to ceiling, this block, so there's not like a cavity that you can perceive, but it kind of gives you that feeling like that's what you suspect when you look down that way, is that this block actually came from a hollow point in the ceiling and came down.
Well, that sounds like there might be a ceiling problem. This place, not really getting the best of upkeep. So
Perhaps it was a trap. It would be an effective trap to have a block that size fall on a person.
I think that would be the end of the person.
Probably correct.
Probably under there for all we know.
Ooh, let's look for feet.
Maybe they're wearing slippers.
May I recommend watching your step? Maybe someone stepped on one of these colorful tiles and then just splat. And bad things happened.
I will examine them on my way over to the block.
Give me a perception check. So you begin to move, kind of watching like the floor as you're moving along. And anybody, Savoir, you're the other one that's in there. Are you hanging behind, or are you watching Tonebearer, Tommy, move forward?
Is there anything else to see? There's nothing on the wall. There's no inscriptions or any other distractions, right?
As you're looking at the wall, there is like some like motif work. Now that you're kind of paying attention, it's like kind of worn, but you're noticing that there are grooves that depict like kind of a illustrations that were etched in the wall. The kinds of things, it seems to be illustrations of the time before the Synodicians came down into the pyramid, but actually lived above ground, because you can see kind of the depiction of the pyramid as it was being built. You kind of get the sense of like workers or slaves maybe like building this thing up, and then there's some depictions of the queen and the king kind of along the walls, kind of telling the story of this civilization when it was at its height.
Well, then I'm going to stand where I am and do some rubbings on the wall to try and capture this story.
Okay. So Tonebearer, you're moving forward. Helibit, I saw you just moved into the room. Is there anything that you'd like to be doing?
Oh, I'm intrigued by the stonework. I'm looking at it, especially that big stone that came down from the ceiling.
Okay. So you're looking more at like the integrity of the stone, like the construction versus the illustrations that Savoie is looking at?
I'm looking at how it was built and the purpose of why a stone would come down like that. If it
Make
was a trap that was sprung or something.
let's call it an investigation check at advantage. You've got that stone cunning thing. You're a dwarf. This is kind of in your wheelhouse, so you have advantage on that. And you can have advantage on that. So roll it again. Okay. You don't see with a with an 8, you're just not really sure. You're trying to look for like some kind of pattern in the ceiling for where maybe more of these blocks would fall, but you're just not picking up on any understanding of like what would have been the trigger, or if it was an accident that caused this to fall in. You're just not sure.
As a dwarf, I'm not really very good at that.
Let's see. I want to give a chance to Murray. Anything that you're doing?
He is finishing up the last of his cabbage. He might just be kind of looking back at Professor, kind of maybe peeking in every once in a while, but he's letting everyone else go ahead and take a look at everything first. He doesn't mind standing back a little bit.
You know, you got to be careful with that cabbage.
It's
That
really
could be.
good.
That could be the way that you summon Gasty Pants, whatever his name was.
Near turd.
Or,
Near turd,
Near turd,
gassy
gassy
pants.
Oh, he's in it really fast. He doesn't care. It's delicious. I don't know. We'll see if I have to make some Constitution saving.
Gassy pants is the part I couldn't remember. I'm so happy now.
I wrote it down
Yes, Ed.
somewhere. Oh yes, thank you for the subscription. Gifted subscription to Mountain Egg Roll. Thank you for subscribing. Or Herbie, anything that you would like to be doing? You can feel the spirit of Demetrius is kind of trying to pull your attention back to that trap door in the hallway there, just behind you.
Oh yeah, then I'll definitely be heading in that direction to take a look at that and see if there's anything I can figure out.
And you would recall, Herbie would recall that going down that trap door leads you right to the Fud's bedroom.
Oh, okay. So then I'll like if I can really focus in on that energy to try and determine if Demetrius feels like Darius or the Fud is that way, and try and see if Demetrius believes or can share anything about whether or not getting these items is going to help us get his revenge. Try and like play that card of we could be even more effective if we just do this one step first.
Okay. Let's say persuasion check, like you're trying to persuade him to kind of go along with this current plan. You feel like Demetrius is just like, no, the time is now, wants you to like just jump down there and get into battle. Professor, give me an insight check.
Radio. Insight. Natural one.
You got a nail on it. You're aware of nothing, as Herbie is kind of almost like
it would appear
like an addict, just like looking at that door, like I gotta open it, but
it would appear this floor is made of stone.
This isn't like a that the possession of the thing is like actually forcing you, but
sure.
You're kind of probably exhibiting some like weird kind of quirks as it's like probably trying to exert its will on you. We'll see. Maybe there'll be a roll for that in just a little bit.
Okay.
But let's see. I think that everybody had kind of a chance to do so. Or Professor, anything that you actively would like to be doing right here?
He would like to examine the mural. Like, what's its main focal point? Is it on the king and the queen, or is it on the pyramid? From a historical standpoint, of course.
Okay. Give me a history check.
Everyone's got their thing in artwork.
Yeah, so this historically these images kind of fit with your understanding of where the Synodicians kind of came from. Some centuries ago, when the Synodicians lived above ground, when King Alexander and Queen Zenobia, they were kind of like hailed as the last great leaders of the civilization from when they lived above ground. So this whole pyramid was kind of built while they were still alive, with the intent that it was going to be their tomb and their resting place. The pyramid was never meant to be a place of refuge. It was never the Synodicians' intent to live underground. It was actually shortly after the two of them died that the name Zargon started kind of coming up in kind of the common place, like Zargonites, even though no one had seen Zargon yet. These people professing faith in something called Zargon started to happen. It's sort of unclear the history on what happened after that, but this is your historical mind kind of remembering those times and stories that you've heard about King Alexander and Queen Zenobia, that they were the last of the great leaders before Synodicians started. There's kind of a gap in history there. Why did they start moving underground?
Those kind of is like a general overall mural of during their time while they were ruling. There's no like how in the previous chambers, like there we could tell the one was for like Lord of Coin, one was for the Jester. There's no like set person designed for this specific room.
It seems to fit with that. This is leading to the tomb of the king and the queen, because they are the primary figures in this mural.
Well, based on the lighting I see here, and amongst the reflections on these two figures right here, we're definitely heading in the right direction.
And as Tome Bearer, you're moving down that hallway. Please give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
A 9. Okay. So this swinging pendulum blade, this scythe kind of, well, not a scythe, but an actual like blade, comes down, whipping out of the slit in the wall, seemingly activated by a big 10-foot section of this tile work. Maybe you're just like looking a little too specifically for a small plate or something, and the big picture was that it's this big 10-foot section that you just stepped on.
I should note to everyone that I have never actually found a trap.
You have now.
You say that as it's coming down. As it's coming down. Ooh, this will be fun.
You end up
Technically,
taking
how
11
much
points
trap
of
you need.
damage from the blade smashes into your body and kind of does some pretty nasty damage to you as you're almost kind of blown over by it.
Oh my! I'll step back.
And as
I
you do
found a
that, you
trap.
kind of see the floor kind of resets or rises back up to normal level.
I shall add that to the list of my accomplishments.
Alex, I'm just kind of circling my way around the room. I'm assuming the mural continues.
Yeah.
Pattern. So I'm just kind of going along the edge of the wall.
Be careful as you go. There are traps.
So how much damage did he take?
11
Took 11
points.
points of damage.
Helibet will come over there and cast Cure Wounds on you.
Oh, thank you.
Savoy, you're just circling around looking at the wall.
Yeah.
You, as you're doing that, you feel yourself step on this button as well. Although you just heard that happen to Tonebear, so kind of maybe more quickly, you realize that you need to like kind of tuck and roll or dodge out of the way. So
As soon
you
as
get
Tommy
advantage
hears the
on.
click, he just drops prone.
Sounds good. Advantage on your dexterity saving throw there, Savoie.
All right.
Okay, you get 5 points of healing.
Great.
That ought to help me.
Yeah, so you step on this again, another section of 10-foot tile, and you feel the click, but you manage to kind of like heave yourself. You go kind of collapsing to the ground, but the blade misses you.
And I try to keep my paper on the wall the entire time so I don't have to restart that tracing.
Oh, I see. Get out of the way of it. Good idea.
It's all part of the tour. Don't worry, they're not real. They don't really hurt you.
It really did.
Before you take another step to your impending doom within this room we just entered, I can send someone a little more expendable to check out the room for us.
Oh, we are all expendable. Your leader told us that.
Yeah.
He doesn't really mean it. It's just his character and his personality. I'm pretty sure you're all wonderful people.
I
Or
thought the
robot.
guys-
Oh no, you are also expendable. He made that very clear.
Oh, trust me, I'm
You
already
actually-
aware I'm expendable. I'm on death's door any day now.
I thought only he was expendable because he's old.
I was under the impression his implication was that we are all expendable.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I
At
wasn't
first
really
was
listening.
first Professor, and then it bled into us a bit.
Well, he
He
said,
even
I only
pointed
send
me out.
expendable people to explore. And then he said, I'm sending you to explore.
Context clues.
Professor, you would already be in the room as well.
I would have been, yeah, to investigate like the mural.
Before I would move any further, would it be okay if I noticed Herbie kind of trailing back a bit? Or
Yeah, give me an insight check, Murray.
okay.
And simultaneously, let's have Herbie do a charisma saving throw. Murray, you do notice that Herbie was hanging back a bit. It's no secret that Herbie has a spirit on board. And you're noticing that Herbie is actually moving towards the trapdoor and is reaching down to lift it up.
He'll kind of look back and go, Herbie, right, Herbie.
Yeah.
Herbie, Mary Britt Jermaine. Sorry, we didn't haven't officially met. We're over
MBJ.
here. We're over
Yeah.
here.
Oh, you're
I
over
don't
there.
know.
Okay.
Be careful though. I don't know. There's a bit of a trap up ahead, but mate, do you want to?
Yeah.
Come on. I got some bread. You can have some bread too if you're hungry.
I mean, bread's good. Oh man. Okay. So there's this door here that we should maybe
And Herbie's
maybe
telling
we
you
should
about
check
the
out
door.
what's going on.
Herbie, you're opening the door. You're like talking to him normal, but you're like opening the door and you're starting to like climb the ladder. And you're like, yeah, I don't like this.
This
Wait,
door.
Herbie, do you want?
There's-
You,
You know, Demetrius has stuff to do. I gotta do stuff. Please help me do stuff.
I guess I'm going to try to attempt to maybe not help him do stuff, but maybe avoid going down there.
Okay.
I'm gonna attempt to try to bring him back a bit.
Okay.
Maybe it looks like I'm gonna have to actually like physically grab him.
Grab him and try to pull him
Yeah.
up as he's like starting to descend. Okay. So Murray and Herbie, the two of you make athletics checks opposed.
Herbie, as you feel like me try to grab you, it's probably the limpest like.
Oh no.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
This is
Well,
why
this
you
is
roll
exactly
20.
what's gonna happen. So I assume that this is pretty much. We're doing athletics checks.
Yep.
What were you saying?
Herbie, crit.
Even like he's like a 8 foot like Goliath, but when he goes to grab you, it's like a limp fish. Like it's not anything what you expect.
Doesn't really care.
No calluses.
It's just like
No. He's trying. But
okay.
You physically that strength he's trying to pull on you feels like you could beat him in like an arm wrestling match or something. Like he's not.
Okay.
And Herbie, like involuntarily, your hand goes and like punches him in the face as you start descending down.
What was that for?
I'm so sorry. I gotta do some stuff. I need you to help me do some stuff. Please come help me do some stuff.
Guys, Herbie just hit me in the nose. Ouch.
What's
Make
going
me
on?
make stuff.
Missing somebody.
He's going down there. He's saying that he needs to do it. Something about Charlie. What was it? I don't know.
Oh no, he's gonna get the FUD.
Oh dear.
Do the rest of us know what's going on in the room?
They're
I think,
yelling.
I think Murray's calling out for some backup or some.
I'm yelling
assistance.
out. Yeah.
I will come help.
Stop that possessed man!
As you
Look
turn the
out for
corner,
swinging blades.
as you turn the corner, Murray is not going down there, but he's holding like the corner of his nose as it's bleeding a bit. He's going down there. I'll be
And
right
Toe
there.
Bear, you come out into the hallway and you look down the ladder chute and you can see Herbie's just touched down. He's at the base of the ladder.
You are right. He went down there.
Yeah.
Well, gonna move on. We can't let him get too far. He's gonna get himself killed.
I suppose I'll go down there too.
I'll be right there. I have a bloody nose. Hold on.
Murray, you're
Tilt your
doing
head
at the
back.
door.
As I walk by, I'll pull a tissue out of a compartment on my side and hand it to you.
Oh, thank you.
Always need to be prepared in the library.
Yeah. What's issues?
So, is everybody following, kind of in pursuit of Herbie to try to catch him before he does something rash?
Everyone else fleeing the room. I follow along. I'm
Eventually.
huffing because I can't finish my art.
So, Herbie, I'll give you another. We'll call it charisma saving throw. See if you can kind of like. You probably can't regain control on your own, but maybe you can fight the will of Demetrius enough to kind of slow your movements down.
Okay.
And you do manage to do that. And so, I know we've got all sorts of tokens and stuff like still here, but Herbie, you manage to slow yourself down as you're like halfway through the room. And this gives Tonebearer enough time to get down the ladder and enter the room. So let Ed, what would you like to do as you're in pursuit of Herbie?
Hello, is that still Herbie?
Oh, it's me.
I understand there's another person in there.
Yeah, I'm here. I got it. Demetrius has to do some stuff. There's nothing I can do. I'm trying to talk to him, but he won't listen.
I will come and try to pick you up.
Okay, I'm a little guy, so it should be easy.
Strength athletics checks opposed again.
Oh God, I don't
Whoa,
know my own strength.
You are very squirrely.
You gotta try to grab him, and then
he's really
Herbie
strong.
somehow like kind of like lifts you up, and your feet are like kind of he's just kind of like piggyback right as he's like moving.
I'm made of
slowly.
metal. I weigh a
forward.
lot.
This is like trudging through the snow back home.
So who's the next one down the ladder?
I'm going to discharge a shocking grasp on him.
Okay, I want to grab someone
Yeah,
else's
that's
action
fine.
here quick. Who would be the next person coming down the ladder?
I was at the tail end, so whoever's in front of me.
I suppose I can go down.
So it comes to hell of it. You're down the ladder. Herbie has Tome Bear on his back, and he's just very slowly, like, kind of trudging towards this door, and his hands like reaching, like, trying to desperately get there. What would you like to do?
I'm going to go stand in front of the door.
Okay, you're just gonna physically like walk over there and be an impediment.
Yes.
Okay, so
Go back, Herbie.
so Herbie or
Yeah.
Joe,
Yeah.
what do you think the possessed Herbie would be doing as he sees this mopey, sad dwarf making this feeble pitch to go back?
I think Herbie would kind of push him to the side, but also like grab Tome Bear and like try and like kind of do like a hip toss to get him to hit Helibit and get them both away from the door, so that Herbie doesn't want to do this, but I
Yeah.
think that's what Demetrius would try and like. Okay, I'm gonna take out both these guys and just get through this door.
Offload this weight and use it
Yeah.
as a resource. Okay, so
Exactly.
Halibut, give me, let's say a dexterity or acrobatics check. See if you can like kind of dodge out of the way of Tome Bear's weight coming flying at you.
Oh dear.
300 pounds of metal man coming your way.
Wee.
It's
Oh.
raining men and not in a good way.
Tome Bear knocks into Halibut. You fall over. You both like
Oh,
the Tin Man is on the little dwarf and sandwiched there, and Herbie, you managed to make it into the next room.
I am unstoppable. And I don't mean to be.
That is literally true.
I'm
Professor,
so
go down
sorry.
there, Professor.
Is this the game we're trying
Dear,
to catch
my
that guy?
fragile bones are taking their time, Murray.
You
You
are in
already
fact
there.
unstoppable.
Who knew a dentist was so tough?
Is this what we're supposed to do? We tackle him? Is that what we want to do?
Whatever. Go ahead. I'll be right there.
Stop me.
Still
So-
wiping the tears from his eyes.
So Professor is next. You get into the first room. You can see the carnage. Helibut and Tome Bear lying prone. The door is open. You know that he's moved into the next room. What would you like to do?
He's going to draw his sword, and he's seen that Herbie wears some sort of like metal greave on his his greave, and he's gonna try and go up behind him and just 1, 2, and just take a wide swing at his leg and trip him.
Okay. Make me an attack roll.
By the power of wizard, Acha. Not great. That's gonna miss him.
That
Oops.
is gonna miss as you go and you swing. Herbie's starting to pick up some speed. Maybe the spirit is getting some movement in here. Who's left here?
I think that's just me.
All right, Savoy, you're up. Herbie gets to this third room here as Tome Bear and
Samuel
Helibut are
want to
picking
stop him, or
themselves up.
is watching
and-
this the show?
Can I
Right.
acrobatically tumble in front of him and make put myself on my hands and knees to, take him out?
Okay, so you're gonna do some kind of like some smooth move here with your acrobatics. Go ahead,
Yeah,
acrobatics
dodging,
check.
Like I'm dodging a bunch of other bookkeepers in a library.
This is
I hate
just a
when they do that.
mess.
It's beautiful.
All right, so describe what happens here as you what are these moves that you're performing?
At first, I try to slide through sideways past the people that were in front of me. And as I'm turned sideways, I just turn into a little cartwheel and roll, and then I handspring off to be right in front of him. I let my hands out like this, like ta-da, one knee down, sort of like a superstar.
Okay, so you physically like you do this like fancy cartwheels and gymnastics and whatnot, and like you get right in front of Herbie. Herbie, give me another charisma check. Maybe the performance of it all is enough to kind of. No. Okay. Herbie is just still like kind of
Not
pushing past.
impressed.
And
Nothing.
gets to this doorway here. The rest of you are picking yourselves up. Murray, did you ever go down there?
I'm down there as soon as Savoie went down.
Okay.
He's down.
So you all kind of gather yourselves and are starting. We're just gonna, we did some skill checks to see if anyone would stop Herbie. It didn't quite happen. So
It sure didn't.
Yeah.
we're gonna kind of fast forward to a scene here that is gonna happen in this particular room.
Does anyone else not see a map? I just see a black screen.
You might have to scroll around to find it.
I found the people. Well, I found 3 of them.
Oh, but the actual like image underneath hasn't loaded.
That has
Yeah.
happened to me before.
Yeah, sometimes that'll.
I did have more characters on there, and then some of them disappeared.
Yeah, those were old. That's okay.
Yeah.
Those should. Now you should be
But-
seeing 5, 6.
Yeah, but I
Okay.
can't.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I can't get to where the top of this map is. That would allow me to reduce it or do anything to it.
Oh, great.
It's like
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
I'm just gonna be.
Can
winging
you
it.
right click and close it
Oh.
and then reopen it?
Brilliant maneuver.
It's called B4 _ tier 5.
Yeah, before tier 5.
The librarian coming through.
That's right.
Wow, a whole new world. I see rooms. I see stuff.
Oh, is it working?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was genius.
Good old
So-
1.0.
You can move your tokens about how you're coming into the room, but basically, you tried to stop Herbie. He continued forward until he got to this room, and you've just caught up to him. He's still kind of progressing forward, trying to move and get towards his target. As you come into this carpeted room, it's paneled with wood. So it's kind of got a very different kind of look than some of the other stone, just kind of drab stone chambers that you've been in. There is a small kind of sitting table with a number of chairs laid out around it. And then you can see there are some adornments on the southern wall, a mounted lion's head, a couple of painted paintings depicting life in the underground city of the Synodicians. And on the kind of northern wall, on either side of this stone doorway that Herbie is making his way towards, you can see there are some other mounted trophies on the wall, but these ones are more kind of demonic looking heads on mounts that hang on the wall. And then there are these 2 stone statues, winged statues with demonic humanoid bestial faces that have claws and fangs, and you watch as both of them kind of start to animate and are ready to prevent Herbie from moving forward through that door. And so we'll roll initiative here. And for the purposes of this, Herbie, Demetrius has a vested interest in keeping you alive. And so you're going to act in this combat as you normally would, just to deal with these things that are an obstacle. So, Herbie, you end up first in the initiative order here. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I think Herbie's gonna come over here behind the desk, if that's all right. And then I think Herbie would cast striking on his crossbow.
Sounds good. That is not a concentration spell. It lasts
Okay.
for 1 minute and makes the crossbow a magical weapon that does an additional 1d8.
And is
one
that
of the
programmed? Do you need me to do
it is
that
not
manually?
it is not programmed. We'll just kind of roll it manually. For anyone
Cool.
who's wondering what the hell is this striking spell, it's not it's not a spell from the player's handbook or any of the Wizards of the Coast stuff. It's a spell from the Lost City book that Demetrius innately has. It's kind of an interesting spell. Next up is Halibut.
Okay. Well, isn't this was I told him there'd be more traps. He's gonna cast a guiding bolt on one of the statue gargoyle type things.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And while you're making that happen, I just want to make a correction. I think I described that thing in the center of the room as like a table. It's actually a desk. And so it's maybe the FUD's audience chamber. There's a couple of chairs in front of it for his stooges, and then his bigger chair.
Wait, so you want to make
Yeah.
a deal or what, nah?
So guiding
Time
bolt.
for your annual review.
Yeah. An 8 unfortunately misses Halibut. Anything else?
He's gonna move closer to Herbie over here.
All right. Next up, Professor.
Oh, this is not good. Just 1 second.
He's gonna fiddle with his bag. He's gonna pull out his mask. He's gonna put on his mask. He's gonna mutter a few words while he does so. And then within a sudden flash, his form gets slightly bigger, but not in the sense he's like huge, but it's like almost like his different physique altogether. His hair gets a lot shorter. His beard's practically not even visible at this point. And he's gonna do Blade Song. And he's with a dash of speed like you've never seen of this old man. He's gonna go charging forward with his sword drawn. And it's like complete mannerisms are completely different now.
A youthful individual.
Does he still smell like cotton balls?
Yes.
I do not smell like cotton balls, you fool.
Smells like Axe body spray.
Oh no!
Even sounds different.
I do
And
not
he's
have
not-
a sense of smell.
And he's going to hold on. I'll see if I'm. He's a little too far away. He's gonna just take one sword strike at the gargoyle right here. Boop a doop.
$15 will hit.
Oh.
And as you swing, you do damage, but you can sense the stonework does resist this mundane damage a bit. And then with that, the first of the gargoyles here to the right outstretches its stone wings, and they start to flap, and it's not as if it's lifting itself up physically, but magically it seems like it is able to bring itself up into the air, and it soars over in this direction, right near Herbie. And then it's going to make 2 attacks, one with its bite. A 17 will miss, and then it takes a swing with its claw. A 16 will miss. The gargoyle over near Professor is going to deal with the thing right in front of it first. It lunges out and tries to bite into you. A 23 to hit.
Oh. Uh-huh.
3 points of damage, and then tries to swing at you with its claw. A 20 to hit.
Shield.
And you cast Shield to block that. Savoie, it is your turn.
I've got a huge grin on my face because I'm finally able to put together these new things I learned when I was out there hanging out, and I rush in to the one that's by the old guy because he's right in front of me. And I go to hit it with my quarterstaff because I've learned how to do that now.
A 14 is not going to be quite enough to hit him or deal damage.
And then I'm just going to try and put a flat open hand slap at his face at the same time.
That one will hit. Dealing 7, well, actually 3 points of damage. You hit it. You can see a bit of it kind of the stonework kind of crumble off of it, but seems like it's a little bit resistant to that.
I couldn't do that 2 weeks ago.
Next up is Tommy.
Okay. I will move down to here and level my repeating crossbow at gargoyle number 1 and fire.
That'll hit.
And this is magical damage.
All right, so it'll be
I don't-
4 more on top of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to.
Yeah, it's all right.
There's probably a setting I can put on there.
Yeah, there would be, but it's fine. We can make it work.
Okay.
Next up
That's it.
is Murray Britt Germain.
All right, Murray Brett Jermaine's gonna attempt to hide first around the corner. Do you want me to do a stealth check?
Yeah. That's your bonus action.
Yeah.
An 11 is enough.
All right, and then he's gonna pop out his bow and shoot one over to Gargoyle 2. That's at advantage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, cool. You hear that from the doorway as he shoots.
All right, that'll hit.
All right.
Chipping away at the gargoyle. 4 points.
That'll be it.
Herbie, it is your turn.
Crossbow at this range would be at disadvantage. Is that fair? Is that true?
Yes. Sorry,
all right.
one second. Murray, which one were you attacking?
I attacked Gargoyle 2.
Okay. I don't think the damage happened. Oh no, it did. Okay, I see it. I've got a thing that's rolling to update your things on my OBS, and so I just lost it in the text. Sorry.
Okay.
Carry on.
No
Herbie.
Oh, good. Okay. I will. I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame on Gargoyle 1.
All right, it will fail. So, meaning it fails its saving throw. So you can roll
Which is
damage.
Good. That's right. All right.
All right, a full 5 points of radiant damage.
Nice. Man, I don't know if I want to. I am going to stay put and have faith in Helibit to do some work.
All right. Helibit, the faith has been placed on your shoulders. It is your turn. What would you like to do with that?
Oh, that was not a good thing. Helbit's cast. He's taking a bonus action of Searing Smite, and he's going to move over here and attack him with the warhammer.
All right.
That'll hit.
That'll hit. Do me a favor before you roll your damage. Go to your spells, click the magnifying glass next to Searing Spite, and click the effect button.
Okay.
And then roll your damage on your warhammer. All right, there it is. 11 points of damage to Gargoyle 1. As you all see, as his warhammer smacks into the stonework, it almost like improbably, almost like gasoline was like draped over the stonework, and it's just on fire, this stonework, right in that spot where the impact happens. And then we turn to Professor. Just remind me, Halibut, for that creature needs to make a con save at the start of its turn. Professor, it is your turn.
He is going to send his owl to start pulling at its horns to give help to whoever hits it next to the melee attack, and he's going to cast Toll Dead on it.
Sounds good.
Seeing the sword is not as effective as he hoped. Neither is the spell. For him.
All right, next up, the gargoyle that is on fire is going to make that con save. What's your spell save DC, Halibut? 13?
13.
All right, rolls a 23. So I think that means that the flame is no more. Seems to go out pretty quickly as Gargoyle 1. It's going to turn its attention actually now to Halibut and make first a bite, which misses. Follows it up with a claw. Rolls a nat 1, prompting the D6. Rolls a 6. We'll see a roll on the fumble table. And is this the right one? Yes, it is. Okay. So okay.
This bad luck even to my enemies.
So the gargoyle goes in to kind of swipe at you with its claw, and in doing so, it winds back like it's like kind of casts its arm backwards, and as it does so, it kind of overreaches and gets snagged on that chair, and as it comes flying back forward with its claw, it, like gets its claw hooked on that chair, and this chair kind of comes with it. You manage to duck out of the way as the chair comes crashing into the floor, but you could see it like pulling its arm back, and it's just like struggling. It's got this stupid chair stuck to its arm, and you can see it kind of frustrated. It's gonna lose its next action as a result. So, if I try to make Gargoyle 1 go on the next turn, just remind me he's got a chair stuck to its claw. Gargoyle 2. Over here by Professor is going to continue to focus on Professor. First, making an attempt with a bite. A 20 to hit.
Shield.
Shield happens. It's going to try again with its claw. And the 19 will miss. Savoie, it is your turn.
I'm going right back at it with another whack from the stick.
You have an advantage on this attack roll too.
That is true. You could try again just to see if we get the crit.
All right.
And both are great rolls, so that will strike and hit. Takes a bit of damage as you strike into the stonework of the creature.
And then just the offhanded backhand.
That also will hit. All right, so a couple of palpable blows. We turn now. Oh,
Max
go ahead.
damage both rolls. So surprising.
Tommy, it is your turn.
All right. Well, it worked last time. I'm going to do it again. Except now I've updated my weapon. Except I missed. Okay.
All right. Next up, we have Murray Britt Germain.
Mary Brett Jermaine is gonna tuck back and hide again. Here we go.
This time you don't have it.
Don't have it.
Yeah.
That's fine. Still gonna take a shot at it. Gargoyle 2. Eat it! Eat it!
That one's gonna shoot and strike right into that desk sticking out of the side of that there.
They went really, they went really off. Oh man! Oh, damn it! And that'll be the end of this turn.
Herbie, it is your turn.
With the chair on its arm, could I step back without having to do an action to disengage?
He's got a good claw. I'll still say he's still got
Ah.
reactions and could do that.
That's crap. All right. All right. I'm gonna do 6.
Makes the saving throw.
Okay. I'm gonna. If I used a cantrip there, can I still cast Shield of Faith as a bonus action?
Yes.
I can. Okay, so could I cast Shield of Faith on myself and then depart and take that attack of opportunity and just have
Sure.
the extra AC? Okay, I'll do that then. So do that.
All
And I'll
right.
step back to here.
It's going to try to bite at you as you step away. A 20. Does that hit the new AC?
Yeah,
It must.
yeah, it does.
Okay. So you'll take
Damn it.
5 points as you step away. Helibet, it is your turn.
He's attacking again. You hit Herbie. That wasn't very nice.
All right, and you hit him. All right, 6 points of damage. Anything else, Helibet?
No, that's all.
All right, next up, Professor.
Gonna try and take another strike with the sword because apparently spells don't work either. So, stab.
That'll hit. 2 points.
And then he'll command the owl to go for the horns again, and then give advantage to Savoie when he strikes. And that will be his turn.
All right, Gargoyle 1 is just going raging out with this chair and just smashing it to smithereens. It spends its turn doing that until it's free. Gargoyle 2 on the other hand, is going to continue lashing out at Professor, trying to break through one of these times. 17 will miss, swings with the claw. A 19.
He is determined to hit this wizard. Yep.
That
I
one
won't
gets-
cast shield.
That one gets through.
Yep.
Scrapes you for a big 7 points. And then it is Savoy's turn.
I am so overjoyed at my happy time hitting this thing and seeing the fruits of my labor that I forget to swing properly.
But
and
you have
completely miss.
advantage.
You do have
I do.
advantage, yes.
Oh,
And that'll hit.
that'll make the difference.
All right. 3 points of damage.
And then the unarmed backhand.
It just applied the
Please,
damage to
yeah,
Professor.
please don't hit me.
Oh,
I'm a
did
wizard,
it?
remember?
It dropped
I'm
on
a
you.
wizard.
Oh, sorry. Take that back
I got it.
and try that again.
It was a bit
we go.
reckless, but I don't think I hit my party member.
Oh, you meant to.
He's not very good at it. It's only his first time.
All right. Well, that gargoyle is looking like it should not be in a museum probably at this point. It's pretty rough looking. We turn now to Tome Bearer.
Let's try this again. No. I think there's something wrong with it.
Making some adjustments on the crossbow.
Yep. This infusion isn't working.
Murray.
A little bit of
Make-
hide.
Okay, you make it.
I am the shadows. Turn out and try to strike at Gargoyle 2. This time he's going to attempt to go and he's going to attempt to really aim off a bit and see if he might be able to get it, as it went so bad last time.
It's like a golfer aiming left because you always shank right.
He's like that, and he's aiming over there. Shit. Here we go.
All right, 22 will hit.
Here comes the damage.
All right, 4 points.
Gave him a bit of a curveball arrow.
All right, looks like Chris Jones has entered the chat.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Chris.
Chris Jones.
Herbie, it is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna shoot my now magic crossbow at Gargoyle 1.
That one will miss.
And then I'll use a bonus action to cast Healing Word on Professor.
All right, a little healing love heading to the professor.
Oop.
Men's, yep, looks like it worked. All
Every
right,
little bit helps. Thank you.
Halibut, it is your turn.
All right. Here he goes.
That'll hit. 22.
I'm getting better at this. I don't know why.
All right, 12 points to Gargoyle 1.
You should have stayed a statue.
Next up, Professor.
Can I just tell that this gargoyle has a one-track mind just for taking out me first?
It seems like it's taken some hits from Savoy, but it's been singularly focused on you.
The smell.
Which is, I think, how it's supposed to go. 'cause
It hates
I just
cotton
don't know.
balls.
I thought it smelled like Axe body spray now. I'm confused.
A bit of
Cotton
both.
balls linger.
Not sponsored, by the way. In that
Cotton
case,
ball
he
that's
will,
been marinating in Axe body spray.
Ooh.
In that case, he will.
That's really
change
gonna
his-
soak in.
He will change his posture and draw the sword in front of him, and he'll take the dodge action. And continue to have the owl pester the gargoyle to give advantage to Savoie, and that's what will be his turn.
Sounds good.
I don't know if dodge is coded in here, but I'll figure it out maybe.
Gargoyle 1 is dealing with Halibut currently. First attacks with the bite, which will miss, and then swings with its claw. And that will also miss. Gargoyle 2 is at disadvantage, but going to try to...
I'm just gonna throw invisible on me just for now. I'll take it.
It's okay. I can also just manually do the disadvantage on my side too.
Right, I just wanted to be
And
convenient.
it gets a nat 1. Rolls a 5. We got some fumbly gargoyles here. There's no chair over there for it to get stuck to, so let's see what happens here. Oh. The description equals you did hit.
Again, Alex, come on. Twice. Twice.
You know, Dawson's characters are so just used to taking everyone's damage that why not? Why
It's like the paladin just stays with me, even as a wizard. It's so weird.
So sort of you're like dodging a little too like rapidly or something. It just kind of like grazes you. It gets us this hit.
I'm not used to this form just yet.
Then you take 3 points of damage. It's at disadvantage with its claw. Come on, nat 1. Let's make this happen again. It's probably the only way I'm gonna get any damage on you. 10 will miss. And we swing on over to Savoie.
I have no idea what just happened. I saw him bellowing over, wandering around. Like, I feel I am doing incredible good work on this guy. So I'm going to take one shot and try and poke him right in the head.
At advantage.
Thankfully, advantage,
Yes.
you can erase that one.
And goes the opposite way. That's a hit.
There we go. Jump it up.
All right. That'll be 3 points. If I can get it to pull on over here. I might accidentally drop it on Professor. I didn't do it. All right. 3 points to Gargoyle 2.
And then just unarmed strike him to the face.
All right. That'll hit.
That roll in? No.
All right. And another 2 points to the Gargoyle. Next up, Tome Bearer's got this thing recalibrated. It's ready to roll.
Let's see if it works. Nope.
Chat, you got to get some inspiration over here for Tome Bearer.
You gotta there's a bit of a draft in here, Tommy. You gotta go far left with it.
Oh,
You
it
have to be
hasn't
like
even
the-
fired.
Oh,
Just jammed up.
It's supposed
Have you
to.
taken the safety off yet?
It's supposed to create its own ammunition, and I don't think it's working.
oh no.
Have you taken off the safety?
It doesn't have a safety.
Oh boy.
Maybe make one so that you could take it off.
I'll work on that.
Murray Britt Germain, it is your turn.
All right, here we go. Another hee Heidi and a bit of a. See if this works.
19 will keep you stealthy.
Ah, here we go. Gargoyle 2.
That'll hit. All right, 4 points to Gargoyle 2.
Jeez, I'm hitting it straight in. Ah! He's gonna hide again.
Back to the top. Herbie, it is your turn.
All right, I'll do another magic crossbow on Gargoyle 1. Hey!
Why
There
does
you
yours
go.
work?
Critical hit.
All right.
Because he's possessed.
I would like to be possessed.
And then an extra D8 of damage, or do I get an extra 2 now?
Let's see. It would be an extra 2d8. And so that will be enough to bring it down. The crossbow bolt slams into it, and it just like strikes and beds itself into the stonework. Its arm and its wings just kind of crumble into a bit of rubble, and just leaves kind of this kind of rough form, limbless, that drops down to the ground and shatters into a dozen pieces. Anything else from Herbie?
No.
Next up, Halibut, it is your turn. The one that you were dealing with has been taken care of. There's one left over by Professor and Savoie.
I'm gonna attack Gargoyle 2 with Sacred Flame.
All right.
Sure, why don't...
If you want to target him and hit the button, you can do that. Otherwise, you can just click and drag the saving throw onto the token. That works too. Okay, he makes his saving throw, so no damage.
All right, I'm going to move up here somewhere.
Okay, getting a little closer to the action. Professor, it is your turn.
So if I attack, I get hit. If I cast a spell, I get hit. If I dodge, I get hit. I will continue to dodge and send the owl to do its thing, and that will be it. Because
Sounds good.
Should be a calligrapher.
I am a calligrapher. I'm a historian. Professor of linguistics. That's my name. It's literally in the name.
Chris Jones just redeemed Wandering Encounter.
Chris
Oh,
Jones.
Yes. We're going
Chris
to die.
Jones. What are we going to do here?
Most fantastic person I've ever met. You are amazing. And we all love you, Chris Jones.
Oh yeah, we value.
We are rolling some dice. Let's see what happens here.
It's the duff.
Just the FUD shows up just back to his office like, you rapscallions are back again.
You rapscallions. I believe it's
He's gonna talk like that too. He's like, okay, let's see.
Dagnabbit.
Oh man, I got ketchup on my white blazer. Oh no.
Well, that's your fault for buying a white blazer. It'll happen every time.
Yeah, it was gonna be a nice dinnerware. It's gonna be great, but I had to have the cheeseburger with the ketchup.
That's why I never wear
dear.
white shirts to the office.
I'm gonna have to think about this one, Chris Jones. It's not gonna happen just in this particular moment, probably. Savoie, it is your turn.
I'm going to return to the action of hand and switch it up. I'm going to strike at him first with my open hand.
All right, that'll hit. So that'll be 3 points of damage.
And then, having distracted him with the slap to the face,
19 will hit. All right, and that'll be, I think, 2 points of damage to the gargoyle. Ooh, come on. There we go. It is still up. As we turn to Tome Bearer's turn. Here it is. Oh.
Yes!
All right, now you just need to roll the d6. You got to get the fumble, and you got to hit that. You did hit one.
Oh,
No,
unfortunately,
it's all
just
ones
miss.
this turn.
you
It's
know,
all
to be
ones.
fair, I don't know if you saw it on your screen, but my screen, it was on another number and it went back to when I think Alex hit the tilt button or
Alex,
something.
did you give him way to die?
You have a
to
tilt?
give him
You have a
weight
tilt
programming?
button?
Yeah.
Hip
I
check the
have-
machine.
Table.
My keyboard is just basically one of those labyrinth boards, and I've got 2 knobs.
Alex plays on a pinball machine.
Yeah. Next up, Murray.
All right, here we go. Gonna be stealthy.
You are stealthy.
All right, in the corner. Yeah. And I yell apparently. Okay.
That's the thing that happens.
Sneak attack.
Maximum stealth.
That'll hit.
Early, pull this one back and let it fly. Let's see.
It is. You hit it, and like its whole body just kind of cracks. And you see it just kind of has that kind of spider web effect, but it's still clinging together, and it's still moving.
Just okay.
Herbie, it's your turn.
Are these are attacks still at advantage on this guy? Or not?
I don't think so. I think
No.
it's just the next person.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot my my magic crossbow at the dude.
12 will
nope.
miss.
And yeah, I think Demetrius would probably want to get a little closer. So I'm gonna get up there so that I can get through that door as soon as this gargoyle is down.
Halibut, it is your turn.
All right, he'll step over here and whack him with his warhammer.
All right, 24 will hit. And then those fractures all over its body further decimate and infiltrate into the body of the gargoyle, and it falls and shatters to the ground. And you are out of combat. Herbie, give me a charisma saving throw at the conclusion of the battle.
Alrighty.
Here it comes.
Another stellar roll.
Yes.
All right, we're still going.
Professor, you can see Herbie is like looking at that door. It's your turn. You know what's gonna happen. What are you gonna do?
Oh, don't think I've forgotten your little game. He's gonna go over and shove. Shove him over. He's gonna shove him over the chair because why not?
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So
Like, take a seat, you hooligan.
Give me a strength athletics check.
Can I
think it's an
assist
attack.
by kneeling
It's-
Can I assist by kneeling behind him?
Sure.
Oh.
We'll say yeah. You can give a little assist here, Professor. You got advantage.
Okay.
Table.
Athletics, you say? Not an attack roll? Okay. Oops.
Yeah.
You know,
let's have it be a.
He may
skill
have
check.
this. He may have this new great physique he has, but he's still professor. It's a -2 to strength. Here we go.
It's all right. Herbie, give me a strength athletics check.
course you roll a 20.
You get
Superstar.
pushed. You get pushed. Tombear is there.
I
You
just-
kind of. Yeah.
So he picks Tombear up again and throws him at Professor.
Right, right.
The Three Stooges act continues. Savoie, what would you like to do?
I just simply am going to step in front of this doorway and try and see what whatever's going to happen. I don't want it to come past me. I'm tired of being the last person in line. I'm going to be in the front.
All right. Helibet, what would you like to be doing? You got Savoie's there to block the way.
I'm going to go over to Herbie and try to grapple him.
Okay. Again, opposed strength athletics. Herbie, you're kind of shoving everybody off.
Jeez. Wow.
Can you not?
I can't help it. I don't know what's happening.
Unstoppable.
Oh, Helibet gives it a
Oh.
hell of a shot here, but Herbie is
Helibet.
not to be flexed with as he's going for the door. Savoie, strength athletics, Herbie. See if you can push past him and get past the door.
Hardly worth the roll at this point.
Oh.
Herbie, you push past. Murray, you see Herbie is out in the hallway. He's just opened the door. Anything that you would like to do?
I mean, honestly, at this point, I see what he's doing to everyone. So if at this point, if I was in front of him, I would just step aside and open it for him and let him go by. So
Sounds good.
I want to be, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, all right. He's mean,
So-
isn't he? What a little guy. Tough.
So, Herbie, you push past and you start charging forward. You can feel that Demetrius wants you to move forward through this hallway and take a right. But then you charge forward, and as you get right here, the floor opens up and you drop into a pit trap.
Hit
no.
spikes.
And so you're going to end up taking quite a bit of damage because there's a bit.
No.
This is a large fall, and there are spikes, impaling spikes at the floor of the pit. So you end up taking in total 14 points of damage.
I am down.
You tried to stop him.
Wish I did. I'm trying my best.
So those of you that were maybe looking out into that hallway, you just saw this.
Oops.
You were probably getting ready to maybe chase him down, and that problem solved itself. Another presented it. So maybe this is a good point. It's like we're pretty far into our session here. Let's take maybe a 10-minute break here to do bio break, grab beverages or whatnot, and we will be right back to see what poor Herbie's fate is going to be here. So thanks everyone who's hanging out with us here in the chat. We will be back momentarily. Hey everybody, we are back. Thanks for sticking it out with us here. We are playing The Lost City. Where we left off, our heroes were trying to find their way into the tomb of King Alexander and Queen Zenobia to retrieve some magical artifacts that may be useful in the upcoming battle with the Zarganites. But in the midst of making their way into the tomb, Herbie, who had the spirit of one of the Synodicians kind of possessing him, that spirit sort of took hold. Herbie's attempt to convince it that it should be patient and wait for the right time to strike out at its brother that betrayed him 1 year ago and led to his demise. um, fell on deaf ears, and it gained control of Herbie and led the party on kind of a wild goose chase down here, back down to the 5th level, where had Herbie gotten too far ahead, maybe would have prompted an early assault from the Synodicians, being a little too reckless. But he unwittingly, in being controlled by the spirit, found himself stopped by forces outside of his control and is fallen into a pit trap, and impaled himself upon it, and is currently bleeding out as we are still in initiative, and we're going to start with Helibet to see if we can help out poor Herbie before he dies. So Helibet, what would you like to do?
I'd like to. Can I get through here and run down the hallway?
Yep, you can push past your comrades there and use your movement to start running down the hallway.
Since I dashed down the hallway, I suppose I can't do anything more than.
That would be your action. But you are a cleric who maybe has healing word as a bonus action.
Yeah, but I used up all my spells.
Okay. So you get down there, you're looking down into the pit.
If I can get down there to touch them, I can do spare the dying, but
you would have to jump into the pit yourself, which might be a little bit of a struggle. It's about a 15-foot drop, but there's no real safe place to land for you.
On Herbie.
You could hop down there on Herbie.
No.
Well, I've got a rope, and as soon as my companions get here, they can lower me down or something like that.
Okay, so maybe if you want to be like pulling that rope out and using it to like kind of lasso it around your body, in preparation for such a thing, you could do that. It's kind of a free action.
He's going to be doing that.
All right. Next up is Professor.
40 feet of movement can get me right here, but not a step closer. You mind if I borrow that rope for a second?
Oh, well, that's fine.
Brace yourself. He's gonna dash, and he's gonna go full on like that action movie star, like coming from the window to another window below. He's gonna grab the rope and make his way down there. Some acrobatic craziness. I'm gonna see.
Wait, so you're grabbing the rope, but are you
He said it's tied around his waist.
Okay, so Helibet is your anchor.
My anchor. I don't weigh that much.
Oh,
Did you check
Words
how long
make
the
good anchors.
Did you check how long that rope was?
All right. So it sounds like this is on you, Helibet. Give us. It's all on you, Helibet. You'll be
Tom, a
fine.
rope for a 15-foot drop.
If you fail, it's not
the
your
rope is
sketch.
like 50 feet.
Hey, monk,
Helibet.
not a monk, wizard.
Helibet, give me a strength athletics check.
You got it.
If it's any help, the owl's gonna try and grab the rope and flap its wings with you, but it can't really do much. It's an owl.
Yeah, it definitely does not help, but looks fine.
Oh,
Okay. Helibet manages to bring it taut as you go jumping down there. Lowers you down.
All right.
Doesn't win.
Medicine check.
All right. Give us the medicine check.
Wizard. Where is it? Where's medicine? There it is. Oop.
And that will be enough to stabilize Herbie. Savoie, what would you like to do?
I was a little bit miffed that he ran past me and cast me aside. So I'm just now kind of poutingly walking over and looking at this desk to see if there's anything interesting there.
All right. So the drawers and such are on the other side of the desk. If you want to be like kind of poking, there's nothing on the desk, but as you move around to the other side there to start kind of inspecting the desk, give me an investigation check. Okay. You manage to, you're kind of opening the drawers and such, don't really contain much of interest, just some, I don't know, there's like some blank parchment and some pens and things like that. But as you're checking out the desk, you kind of realize that there seems to be the center of the desk does not have an actual drawer. And you're kind of knocking on that and realizing that it's hollow. And you think that there's some kind of compartment in there. If you open up this desk, you might be able to get at that. But as you're doing that, you feel something behind you grab hold of your leg, or attempt to. And this is where you'll turn back and you'll see that plush chair behind you. The cushion kind of opens up and a tongue is there. And this chair has big, huge fangs. And this is Chris Jones, his wandering monster here will be this chair mimic that is going to try to grapple you with its pseudopod. It's going to have advantage on this roll. And a 23 hits. Grabs hold of your leg and kind of yanks back such that your like face kind of slams into the desk. You take 9 points of damage and you're stuck. Your leg is stuck to this creature.
As Scream Out, I also wanted to mention that I was really excited about the pens and parchment.
You can collect them. You can collect them if you survive this. Tome Bearer, you're right there. You notice this happen. What would you like to do?
Well, let's try this again.
Here we go. 5th time's a charm. It's very effective against inanimate but animate objects. And 9 points. So arrow sticking.
We have a problem.
Out of the side of this creature. It's very clearly not the chair that you thought it was. Murray Britt Jermaine, you are up.
You'd say he kind of looked back at Savon. Well, it serves you right, greedy. And he's gonna go and run over here and close the door. I'm assuming. What kind of door is it? Can I close it?
Yeah, it's a stone door.
Oh.
I'm gonna close it and hide with my hand on the. Let's see this.
So I think I know. I think I understand what you're doing. Closing the door, you can do that as you interact with object, but then opening the door again.
Oh, okay. In that case, I don't. In that case, I run in, I press up against the wall, and I attempt to hide. Can I do that or no?
Yeah, I'll let you do that.
Or to make it fair,
that.
I'll go on this side, and then I'll try to attempt to do a somersault on this side, so that I'm coming from the opposite way. Try to attempt to hide that way.
You open the door and just like do the thing, like the dad playing hide and go seek with his kid. I'm behind the door.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
Hi.
12.
He's playing peekaboo with the mimic.
All I know
That will do it. You are hidden from its perception.
Not for long. Here I come. Wah!
The attack yell is my favorite part.
Oh, great. Wah!
Wah.
It's Mary Brett Jermaine time.
Nice.
All right, that's a critical hit.
Yes.
And 12 points.
Guys, it has teeth. The chair has teeth. That'll be it.
All right. We are back to the top. Herbie, actually, no need for the death saves. It just automatically rolls them. You are stabilized because of Professor. Then we turn now to the mimic. The chair mimic is going to go ahead and try to take a bite here.
Should have known not to trust the Fud's chair.
A 19 will hit. You're going to take a bit of piercing damage and a bit of acid from its acidic saliva as it bites down. 11 points of damage. Savoie is still up. Halibut, it is your turn.
Has the professor tied the rope around Herbie or something? Or?
Has not done that exactly, but could potentially, grab hold of him and hoist upwards that way.
Well, if they're ready to come up, I will attempt to assist them by pulling them along.
Or you could hold the action and wait till Professor has secured the rope around Herbie.
I will do that.
Okay.
Wait until he's ready.
All right, Professor.
And he's gonna do exactly that with his action. He's gonna tie him up with the rope and say, "Yep, he's ready to go."
All right,
then-
let's have strength athletics from Halibut. And with a 12, you hoist the rope up with a bit of assistance from Professor and get Herbie up, slide him kind of safely off of those spikes. And there might be a bit of patchwork that Professor is yet doing to kind of mend those wounds as you pull him up.
I can assist him with that.
We'll just say it's a part of the previous medicine check that succeeded.
All right.
And
Okay.
so
I know what my reputation is.
next up, Savoie, it is your turn. You are stuck to the tongue of this thing that is very, very anxiously devouring you at the moment.
In order to get away, what would I need to do? Because I don't think I could do step of the wind and disengage. I still have to escape the grapple, right? I couldn't misty step and get away.
You could Misty Step away.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna take one swipe at it with my quarterstaff to see if I can thump it. Nope. And then misty step away, back towards over here.
All right. You managed to get some distance between you and the chair. Tome Bearer's turn.
Okay.
I
I will-
want a refund.
Walk over to Savoie and extend my arm and eject the needle and stab him with the needle to cast Cure Wounds.
That feels nice.
It's a bit. And that's it.
Murray, it is your turn.
All right, we're somersaulting back this way. They don't hit Heidi.
That's enough. You are
Alright.
stealthed.
Guess what? Arrow coming your way.
That'll hit. $11 points. All right. We're circling around. Herbie is stable. It's just gonna keep making the rolls until we make it. The chair now, you can see it starts to like just kind of like hop forward, and it's not making like a lot of progress, but its mouth is open now, tongue waving around, trying to grab at something, and seems like it's coming in your direction, Savoie, and it seems to speak for a moment, and it's just like, "Hey, thanks for the flesh, man." And it uses like, it just starts like hop, 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 hop. Uses all of its movement and its dash to get right there. Halibut, it is your turn.
Halibut can hear all the yelling and screaming coming from back there, so he's gonna use his action to dash back into the room over here, and I guess that's about as far as I can go then.
All right, Professor, it is your turn.
It's gonna just nudge Herbie just so he's not right on against the hole. Just gonna put you right there. And with his 40 feet of movement, he's gonna be able to make his way into the room. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I can like just in the out of the doorway. I'll see the thing and I'll cast Toll Dead.
All right.
Up.
It fails. 4 points of necrotic damage. Next up, Savoie. Uh, 13 with your quarterstaff will hit. 7 points of damage.
Moves very fluidly with a little bit of extra oomph in his energy, step of the wind, and gets away from him again. Moving his full 40 feet to get away.
Your volume is really low.
My volume went down.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
I think
You took your headset off.
I took
Oh,
my
that's
headset.
it.
Oh, there you go.
Much better. All right, next up, Tome Bearer.
I will disengage and move and run away.
All right, Murray.
Murray Brett Germain, he's gonna look back, and Herbie's just kind of lying there. I'm assuming Herbie's just kind of.
Yes.
All right, Murray's going to kind of go and he's gonna move over here, and he's just gonna. He can't really do much. He might kind of be like a bit helpless, but he's gonna kind of look over Herbie while everyone else, as it seems a dark hallway across the way. He doesn't want anything else to get Herbie.
Aw.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm sorry. I should have stopped you. I'm sorry. He's gonna say it to this like as he's.
Your hands are so soft.
Why are you okay?
Yeah. What do we do? Here we go. Stable, so I won't make any more rolls. Herbie is in the powerful embrace of Murray, who's telling him it's okay. He's sorry.
Want some cheese bread? I'm sorry.
The chair, 5, 10, 15, gets right here by Halibut. I wonder what dwarf tastes like. Gonna try to grab you with the pseudopod. A 24 hits, grabs hold of your beard, yanks you close, and deals 5 points of damage. Halibut, it is
Sure, bro.
your turn.
All right, he's gonna attack him. And that's
Eight'll
gonna be-
miss. Professor, it is your turn.
Gonna send the owl to attack one of its many, many, many eyes. And I will try to plunge my sword right through the top of it. Oop. And attack roll.
A 14 will hit.
And it would take. Boop.
All right, 10 points of damage. Still up. Savoie.
I am not interested in getting any closer, but I will fling a dart at its direction. It's a
It opens wide. Dart goes sailing into its throat and gets stuck into its throat, and it starts to cough and hack, and it's trying to bring this dart up.
how does
And-
that taste?
And it just kind of drops. The chair falls backwards, and it just kind of gargles for a while until it ceases, and its tongue just does like one last flex and then drapes lifelessly out of its mouth.
I walk over and I ask, "Hey, do you think anybody could let me help me? I'm just gonna cut its tongue out. I think that could be turned into a belt or something. I mean, you could just stick things to it."
You are welcome to try.
If it makes you feel better, you can. Oh no! It was one round left on Blade Song. Oh, you can definitely do that. No!
Maybe we could add it to our food inventory.
Oh, and the desk, the pens, the quills, the paper, that's mine, but there's the hollow spot that maybe one of you guys could figure out. I was looking at it when the chair bit me.
So the sum total of the things that you find in the desk, I've just added to the party sheet there. There's some kind of a mace that was left in that hollow compartment, as well as a number of electrum pieces, a number of gemstones, some crimson gemstones, and a vial of a black liquid.
If you would like, I can take some time to identify some of these items once we find a more, safer place.
Is identify it can be done as a ritual, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it can.
So the potion, we'll just kind of hand, you'd be able to take a short rest here and take some time with your identify spell. Potion is a potion of poison. And the mace is a mace +1.
Ooh.
That's good for hitting people a little easier. Don't drink that.
And you can take a short rest here and use hit dice to recover hit points, recover any of your abilities that you get back on a short rest.
Can I do that as well, or because I'm at 0, I need health first? Or,
You can do that as well.
We should probably tie him up because he's probably just going to run off again.
How is Herbie looking? Is he looking back to normal, or is he still?
Yeah, pretty darn close. Pretty darn
Okay.
close.
Yeah, as he
having-
comes to, his kind of erratic behavior seems like it's subsided, and he'll be able to kind of tell you that he doesn't feel The whole time Herbie was able to communicate with you pretty regularly. It
Right.
was just like his body, like his
Mhm.
his body that was under its control.
You are very strong.
I don't know what came over me. I've never felt like that before in my life. It, yeah, it's so bizarre, and I'm so sorry that I hurt everybody. I
Oh,
never
it's
intended
okay.
to do that.
He's looking down at you. He still has his tissue paper in his nose. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It was clearly like you had one of those speed passes to get to the front of the line at the parks that nobody could stop you. You were just going to get to the front.
Speed passes. I'd like one of those, but still being able to control where I'm going. That would be nice.
So you take your short rest, you mend your wounds and such, and you have your opportunity to return back now with a calm Herbie back to that annex to the inner tomb, or where you think you would be heading if you kept going that way. So you return back to the checkered floored room where this area also littered with traps, or at least so it would seem from what Tome Bearer discovered earlier.
Yes, and it behooves us to try to move out of the way of them.
Before Herbie ran off and did his thing, where Demetrius, being kind of an asshole, decided, hey, I'm going to go this way instead. I was recommending I could use my owl and just fly overhead and see if there's any divots or changes in the floor.
What was on the other side of that door? Like
Which door?
the one everyone ran out of when I was in here getting bitten by the chair.
Oh, a big hole.
Go back. Nothing. Spikes. Hit.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Nasty spikes. That hurt
Fail. Hit himself.
a lot.
Okay. Then I don't need to go see that. I was really missing it.
I'll draw you a picture.
You can see my scars here.
So, Professor, you want to send the bird ahead to kind of survey the checkered floor here?
Yes, indeed. That is the plan.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception check.
All right, what's the owl stat block? Give me 1 second. I'm pretty sure they have like a +3 or something.
They do. +3 and
+3
advantage
with
on.
advantage because sights.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you could have advantage on that.
This whatever this is +3. 18.
18, I think, is the number you need. Yep. So you'll figure out you'll be able to see that there are 3 big sections of the floor that look to be the trigger, and they're big enough that they're pretty easy to just kind of sidestep. Now that you know where they are. So you'd all be able to navigate safely down this hallway with that information.
Murray would hold his hand out. Please. Go ahead. I'm right behind you guys.
I'm just
Oh,
continuing. So it's safe to slide along the wall and continue where my etching left off?
Yeah, you'll be able to safely maneuver your way down. As you make your way down here to this large block, peeking around the corner there, you'll see on the other side of it what appears to be just a big, huge rubble pile. There's enough clearance. There's enough clearance at the top, maybe like a couple feet or so, that you could climb up the rubble pile and crawl to the other side. And it looks like somebody had the idea earlier. Did these blocks come down out of a cavity in the ceiling? You can you can now see the cavity. It almost seems like this rubble pile was likely the result of blocks that fell down and then crumbled and fell apart. And so you can see these big 10-foot wide 20-foot wide cavity in the ceiling where the rubble pile meets. But enough clearance there you could climb to the other side.
But you can't see up into that clearing up to like another floor or anything.
No, it looks like it was a self-contained cavity in the ceiling.
So more of a trap than bad construction.
Maybe make a religion check as you're thinking about that. Okay.
I know my gods.
So the previous area that you just came from was riddled with some traps and things like that to dissuade people from coming this way. These blocks, there doesn't seem to be a trigger or anything exactly. Your best guess, based on what you've heard from some of the other Synodicians about the purpose of the pyramid, it seems to you that maybe these blocks were, it was designed to kind of drop down after they constructed the inner part of this pyramid to seal it up, kind of in kind of a staggered way to really make sure that that this was sealed up tight to keep the dead interned here.
Is it worth sending the owl through that gap again?
I mean, might as well. It can fly, and I can
I'm a
see
fan.
through it.
I'm a fan of that owl getting hurt before me. Yeah, no problem. No
Yes,
offense to the
respect
owl.
for your elders, Mr. Brett Tremaine.
And he's just gonna grab your shoulder
Murray,
and go into the owl and just
Sorry,
send the owl
Bridget, mate.
forward.
I gotcha.
I can't hear you.
So owl goes up through the gap and to the other side.
Yep.
Finds out on the other side, the tunnel gets real narrow, and this seems like a really rough, not well constructed kind of gap or hole. Looks like somebody like literally maybe was hitting this with like a pickaxe or something and burrowed out this solid stone small tunnel. Medium-sized humanoid creature could get through here, but it would be kind of a tight fit. You have to walk through a single file and such. But
Were they laying tile as they dug? Or is that like the tile floor was there and something was done to cover up that hole, and this guy's just digging out the previously existing walkway?
yeah, it would seem rational that the floor was laid first, and then all of this was built on top of it to seal this up.
Okay.
Before we climb over, I'm going to cast aid on the other three that didn't have it. So myself, Hellbit, I think, and was it Savoie? Yeah, Savoie still needs it. So all five of us now have 5 more max hit.
Ooh, I can use
All right.
that.
Savoie, did you heal up during the short rest?
I probably should have. I just didn't do it.
Okay, I mean, go ahead and like retroactively do that because you would have had the opportunity.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to reveal up to this stone door is what the owl will eventually, where he'll have to stop.
Well, there's a door there.
Anything discernible on the door? Or just a standard door?
It it has some kind of a runic symbol that would be important to the Synodicians to indicate king and queen. I'm at a drought of symbology. I don't know, crown is embedded on the stonework of the door. Indicate maybe it's like let's say it's like a family crest that's etched into the stonework.
And this would definitely be the symbol that I would have probably studied and seen and recognized as this symbol.
Yeah, based on your like history check earlier, you'd know like kind of the family crest of the King Alexander.
Well, it seems we found our prize. Yeah. It's always weird flying like that. But I would recommend watching yourself. It's gonna be a tight fit, especially for you, Mr. Jermaine.
Murray, Brett.
Bless you.
Yep.
Okay. Do we climb? Do 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 we all climb, or just one of what? Who's climbing?
Well, I will.
I think we're all going.
I mean, we're all gonna have
Oh.
to.
Yes.
Actually, I think we should send Herbie first because he wants to go that way, and he can't go that way if he goes that way first.
Well, I'm not gonna stop
This
Herbie.
time-
Wherever Herbie wants to go, he could go.
Well, the last time he followed
I
somebody,
didn't want to go that way. I didn't
know.
want to.
I know,
It's
but
not a
still.
matter of desire.
Wherever Herbie is going to go, Herbie is going to go.
I guess I'll go.
So you all are beginning to one by one kind of climb over this rubble pile and get to the other side. You all will be able to do that safely. You know, there's no danger here anymore. Everything that would have came out of that cavity has did so long ago. So you make your way to the other side. There are no traps or anything like that in between you and this door. So you're able to all safely navigate one by one, getting through that tunnel and over to the other side.
Hey, something went right.
So
Now we have to. You said it's like a one person at a time walkway.
Yeah. But one by one, you all navigate through there and get to the door. And now you're all standing in front of this door with this emblem on it. We'll say the family crest of King Alexander is that of a rabbit with some text of, you know, maybe some kind of a saying from their family or whatnot, kind of stylized. That's right in the center of this stonework of this door. And as you open it up, I have a question for Murray.
Yep.
You had like these two people that ran around with you at some point, right?
I sure did. Yeah.
Do you have any idea about who they were? Is that a defined idea for Murray, or
Yeah, they could be whoever in the universe they need to be. But
so you
either
open
way,
up this door?
they're a bit of little shits and assholes, and I hate them.
You never thought you'd see those two fuckers again, but you open up this door, and you were looking into what appears to be a room with two sarcophagi that gleam with gold inlaid on the metal. One of the sarcophagi, and this is something that Professor would have to relay to you because none of you read Synodicea necessarily, but one of them is clearly marked in stylized lettering Alexander, while the other is Zenobia. Surrounding the sarcophagi are a number of large wooden chests, kind of standing. You just imagine this is like the wealth that was kept here with these two sarcophagi, but littered all about are bones and broken objects. On the walls, you see that there's a mosaic that shows some events from the days of King Alexander and Queen Zenobia. Not much unlike what you saw out in the tomb annex there. And there are these two human male figures in here. One of them is looking at one of the chests. Oh boy. didn't put the pin in here, did I? I'll have to grab their. Oh no. Okay, I guess they are here. Oh, Fantasy Grounds doesn't like that for some reason. Okay. Sorry. So, one of them is a female and one of them is a male. Or were they two males, Murray?
And yeah, now yeah, they change from time to time. It's fine.
Okay.
Whatever.
They change from time to time.
Fluid.
So
They're fluid.
Their,
Fluid.
their names are Dinara and Denelf. And the female Dinara is kind of kneeling over here by this wooden chest off to the far right of the room. And the other is Denilf, and he is kind of looking out as you're opening the door. And you recognize both of them, Murray, as people that you ran around with.
First off, it's the reason why I never told you their names because it's so difficult to pronounce.
Denilf?
Second off, Denilf and Denilf.
We'll get there.
And the second, what the hell are you doing here, you sons of bitches? You left me to die. You come over here, and then I see your ugly mugs here.
Denilf is looking out at you, and he says, "Well, Murray, we didn't leave you just to die. We just lived."
You sure did, but still, I was shortchanged. I had to pay for supper that night. It really was mean. It wasn't nice. Everybody, I guess it wasn't. Yeah, I guess he didn't leave me to die, but still, I didn't appreciate it. I thought we were friends. You needed me.
Well, if they left you to die
Murray,
eventually.
we did need you. We did need you. We needed you to pay the tab. We needed you to take care of our business. We thought you were just doing business. We're so rock and roll over here.
You're getting me a bit mad, and I'm gonna start cursing a little bit more if you don't change it. I didn't want to see your faces again, and now I see your faces, and I really am getting a bit upset.
Daenerys is like working away at she's got some thieves tools or whatever, and she just turns back and she says, "Oh, Murray, don't curse, Murray."
No, I'm gonna curse first off.
Don't do that.
Before I know it's a bit let's make sure before why are you here? First off, I need to make sure that you're both here. First Denise, you here?
Present.
Okay, fine. Daenerys, you here?
Present.
All right,
Murray.
Murray, present. All right. Okay. First off, what's going on?
Oh, isn't it obvious, Murray? We're looting.
Why are you here? I hate
Murray,
you.
are these the same individuals who you said that your mother liked them more than you like
Yeah,
you?
they do. My mother does like them better. They're the ones that got my meals, and I had to sit and wait for them. And I got their leftovers, and they got to sleep in my bed, and I had to sleep on the floor whenever they visited. I hate them.
Oh, don't say that, Murray. You don't hate us.
I do.
Okay, maybe you do, but
You
that's
left
neither
me.
here. Look, what are you doing here, Murray? This is a dangerous place for you.
Oh, well, you left me. I was on my way back home, and we got a bit lost, and I'm here. I'm just surprised to see you. And you.
Well, we're just gonna do, and then Daenerys, we're just doing a bit of looting, Murray. We'll be right out of your hair. You won't have to see us again. We're just gonna figure out a way to carry all this money around. And you can see she pops the lid of this chest and opens it up, and she's kind of big hands in and pulling out coins, and she's like, "Look at all this gold, Murray."
Oh no!
See?
My meal ticket. I mean, you guys left once before. You're not leaving with all that stuff again.
And Denilth just says, Murray, we're done. We're split. The band's over.
What do you mean the band's over?
We don't need you anymore. Look at all this. Look, we'll let you have a little bit. Will that cheer you up, Murray?
It would.
Okay.
Murray.
He says, okay,
What?
Murray.
What?
Murray,
No.
you pick
Sorry,
one
don't
chest.
No, I'm not.
Pick one chest.
We're robbing our
Blind.
queen.
Point at a chest. It's yours. You can take it.
You would hear Professor in the background, apparently. Oh, I don't need you to tell me what to do anymore. If I want both of the chests, I can have both of them.
Murray,
Plus,
there
it's
are
not-
8 chests.
Oh, I didn't see. Oh,
Murray. Our deal
I'm
was
sorry,
what?
Murray Brett
10%.
Brett Jermaine. Damn it, that's my full name. You didn't even say my full name. You never did. You never cared to the second name is Brett and the last is Jermaine. That's all I ask is you to say my full name. Can't even do that.
Do you two young hooligans have no respect for Mr. Murray Pretremaine?
Thank
No.
you,
Recommend you
Professor.
leave right now.
No.
I
Lay
can't
down
believe
your
I'm saying
arms.
that, but thank you.
Don't worry, son. I love you like if you were my own. He's gonna pat you on the back.
Okay.
This is your last chance to turn around. If you raise your weapons, I will decide how this ends. You stop harassing this little boy.
They're just like, Denith is like, I don't got any weapons. I'm not holding a weapon. And he turns around. Does a full 360. Huh?
Oh, yeah. And he looks at Professor. Oh, yeah, and the whole civilization. Now, apparently, we have to help the civilization or something. You guys can't leave with any of that stuff, too.
They just like Denith is like, no, I'll give you, Murray. You can have one chest, okay? You know, you get your cut. We'll take ours.
That's not your chance to give.
Well, we found it.
Not your
Finders,
chance to give.
Daenerys said, finders keepers, Murray.
No, it doesn't
got here
work
first.
like that anymore. I am an adult. It does not work like that.
Say that to your mom.
Oh, mommy. Don't bring
That
it
seemed
up.
rude. Was that rude?
Murray,
I told you the
get to you.
assholes. I said it, assholes.
you are
You
Yeah,
little
giant.
shits. You
giant.
bastards.
You are a strong, independent Goliath who don't need no band. You are your own person, Murray. Stop and face them. Get rid of these hooligans. Be the Goliath you're meant to be with the grace of 1,000 elves. Do it, Murray.
Murray's gonna go up, stomp up to the woman if he can.
Yep, she's moved on to like the second chest and she's got her thieves' tools out. She's trying to undo that one.
He's gonna go like this and nod. And he's gonna pop her right in the face with a punch.
Make an attack roll.
Does he get wizard's inspiration?
It's inspiration. Do you want me just to use like a dagger or just a straight up?
Yeah,
D20?
yeah, for the
D20?
attack roll. For the attack roll, yeah, whatever your.
Do you want me to target her with it?
If
No?
you want
Okay.
to see it instantly, otherwise I could just tell you what the AC is. It's 13 is what you need.
Well, that's
Oh,
like
critical
so
hit.
I'm gonna
So
pop
this
her.
is you're just popping her with a punch.
Just sucker punch her. 'Cause I'm so...
Okay, so you do that and like your hand like
It
really
does hurt.
stings. It hurts, and you can see she stands up and like you hit her and like her neck kind of went crack and like
What?
she kind of adjusts her head and she stands up. She says, oh, Murray, I really wish you hadn't done that. And you can see she like raises her hands and they kind of start to morph into like claws and her face starts to transform and she starts to look almost fox-like as she starts to grow hair in various places in her eyes, kind of adjusts snout. Um,
Beast.
and
Dear.
Daniel kind of does the same thing, and he's like standing right next to you, Murray, and he's just like, Murray, it didn't have to be like this, Murray, but you left us no
do you mean?
choice, Murray. Left us no choice at all. And he starts to transform into this werefox creature as well.
You've got some strange friends, Murray. I think you were better off without them.
Oh, thanks.
And the
You say
potato
that
lion
now.
just redeemed by everyone inspiration. You all have inspiration from the chat.
Yay!
Thank you.
In his hands. It's like
We're
with a
gonna need
you know,
it.
you know how strong they are with a critical hit. I break my hand, so I just.
And so Daniel is up 1st, and he is going to first try to bite at you.
Yeah.
An 18 will hit.
Yep.
Mary Brett Germain is going to be a werefox.
Yeah, it takes 3 points, and he's just like, as he bites you, rips away, and he says, "Join us, Murray. We could be a band again."
No, I'll never join you.
And you make the saving throw, and then he pulls out a sword, and he's like, takes a big swing
Where'd
across
that
your
come
front.
from? He said he didn't have any weapons, and he showed us he didn't have any
Tony, he's
weapons.
a liar.
He didn't have
You
any
don't
weapons in
trust
his
him.
hand. He said, "Drop your weapons," or whatever was what he said. 19 hits.
Well, either way, he's a liar. You know, it's fine.
Yeah,
It's not just me, right?
7
Assholes.
points of damage. And then it is Murray Britt Germain's turn.
Murray is going to look at both of them, and with all that vote of confidence and inspiration that the professor gave him,
saying
has
his
left
name.
him. Yep, and he's gone, disengaged. He's gonna run over here. Would I have ever seen them turn like that before?
No, this is news to you.
Yeah, it is. Oh, why didn't you tell me about that? You could do that. We could have made more money. All right, that's the end of it.
Professor, it is your turn.
I ain't gonna let you harm that boy.
He's gonna put on his mask again. He's gonna go to Blade's song again, and he's gonna rush forward and dodge.
Face me, you cowards.
And not face me, you cowards. That's the right voice. There we go. He's not old. He is young.
All right, you're up there in the action, Savoie. It is your turn.
I have no idea what's going on in this room. I'm staying away from furniture, though. So I'm trying to stay over here in the corner, and I'm just going to fling a dart at... I'm going to try and make it so I can hit the one that bit Murray. So I'm going to circle back this way to where I can get a straight line shot and aim at Dinara. Unsuccessfully.
Next up, Helibet. It is your turn.
Now we gotta fight foxes.
Even when he's just stating facts, it's like so...
Now we gotta go.
Father. Now it's my birthday. All right, that's a hit. Crashes into him, 6 points of damage. And then we turn to Herbie.
All right. Herbie doesn't like to raid tombs, but he's gonna take a step in and cast striking on his crossbow again.
Sounds good. Next up is Dinara. And She's going to run 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Gets right up by you, Murray.
Mm-hmm.
She makes some disparaging remarks about your mom. Tries to bite you, misses. She also has a short sword that she takes a swing with. And misses. Next up is Tonebearer.
I will reach out to her and shocking grasp. And miss. I think I screwed that one up too.
We recycle back up to Danilth. And he just got hit by Helmet. He's looking at you, Professor. But you're quite a sight, but he just got hit with this warhammer, so he's going to turn his attention there. He's going to try to cast Charm Person. He's just looking at you, Helibet, and he says, "Hey, I see you're kind of down. We could be friends. We could be really good friends. You could replace Murray and be a part of the band." And you... Okay.
What he ever wants to be friends with you.
Sorry, 1 second. I didn't quite code this right, I don't think. The Werefox has a spell save DC of 13. So you feel charmed by him. He says, he kind of like puts his head down. He's like, you can pet my cute little face if you like. It'll make you feel, it'll make you feel happy. Come on, get in there. And you feel kind of compelled to give him a little rub on the head, and it does make you feel a little better.
This is odd behavior.
They're really weird. I hate them so much.
It's the same old shit. Murray, it's your turn.
Oh, he asked me to pet him.
I can see why you left them.
I told him, right? It's not just me. I knew I wasn't crazy.
Oh, he didn't leave them.
Oh yeah, you're right. My
Stop
bad.
it, Tommy!
Yeah, we left Murray.
And
But
by
not
the,
for
and
Did.
by the way,
We,
by
not
the
for-
way,
not
all
for
the
Did. We just left
discouraging, all those negative comments that they were talking about the mom, he would be. It wouldn't hurt him too much because he'd be agreeing with everything they say. It would hurt him more if they were talking about how nice she was. She wasn't. I agree with that. Yeah, she is a bit that way. And I'm going to use. I'm going to attack De Niro with my small rapier I have. Here we go. Nope. Okay. Disengage. Nah.
There you go, scurrying away from Daenerys. Professor, it is your turn.
I will take a strike at Danny Boy. I'm not going to try and pronounce that name. And I'll have the owl go for the eyes, as always, because that's the specialty. And I'll take a strike.
$20 will hit. And you try to stab him with the piercing blade. And as it does make like a cut, it like heals up like almost instantaneously.
So this is the moment I use the dagger.
That's the wrong voice still. God damn it. Oh, so this is the point I use that dagger. All right, that's my turn.
Savoie, it is your turn.
I've This one in front of me, was it actually hit by Tone Bear?
No, I missed.
Okay, so it is unchecked at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the way that this day has turned out. Things were going so well, and now these mean, bad-mouthed people are attacking my tour group. I try to poke at her head with my staff and follow up with a backhand open hand strike.
All right, your open hand strike hits. And as you do so, you can feel your hand strikes into her body. It's sore, like you just punched a wall, and you don't get the effect that it did any damage at all to her.
But I do get the effect that I'm not more special than Murray, who tried to do the same thing unsuccessfully. I thought maybe he was just doing it wrong.
Now I was.
Now she just looks back at you and she says, "Well, that ain't gonna work. Hit me again." Helibet, it is your turn.
Do I have to make some sort of a saving throw?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're petting Daniel's fox face. Charm person. I don't know if there's naturally a saving throw on that or not at the end of a turn or anything, but let's take a look quick. Charm person. So you just regard Daniel as a friendly. So you won't attack him, but you might attack Dinara.
Oh, this is a nice little fox. I'm gonna leave you alone. Good. I travel over here. And I can attack her then?
You could, yeah. But Daniel is going to be a dickhead, and he's going to try to bite you as you move away from him. And 22 will hit. You take 5 points, make a DC 10 con saving throw, which you make. So you're no longer charmed as you step away and he bites you. You can make the decision which one you want to go for at this point.
I'm over by Dinar, then I'll attack her then.
Chris Jones, he always redeems these wandering monsters and then doesn't see what happens. It was a it was a mimic. It was a chair mimic.
Very unfriendly chair mimic.
Who took the mace?
Does 12 points of damage. I don't know if anyone did. It's in your
I was
party
just
sheet.
about to, on my turn, I was going to dig it out and give it to Savoie. Because it's a simple weapon, so it counts as a monk weapon.
Sounds good. Helibet, yeah, you did 12 points of damage to Dinara there with your weapon. Next up is Herbie.
All right, Herbie's gonna come up over here, and I can use my point of inspiration for advantage, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that and have advantage on my now magical crossbow shot on Daniel.
That'll hit. And it should be 2 points, 3 points in total to Daniel.
Great. So then I'll just cower up against the wall.
Sounds good. Denara, realizing she's being ganged up on, she's going to turn her attention to Helibit. Take a bite. Misses and short sword attack. Ooh, nat 1. Rolls d6. It's just a miss. She just calls out to Denilth and is like, "Hey, Denilth, I'm I'm choking over here. I could use some help." And they have a little banter trying to figure out strategy. They're clearly not sure what to do here. She's whiffing badly. Tome Bearer, it is your turn.
All right. So, Tome Bearer will dig out the mace and hand it to Savoir as an item interaction. And then we'll attempt another shocking grasp.
That one hits.
Ooh, I did it. For 8
Ooh,
points of
max
magical
damage.
damage.
There you go.
Nice.
Nice.
And then I will run away as she doesn't have reactions.
Back to the top. Denilth is over here by Professor, but he's going to move away. 5, 10, 15. He's going to get right over here by Herbie. Any reaction from Professor?
Would I be able to switch weapons or no?
No.
No.
Denilth comes over here, takes a bite. A 23 to hit. Four points of damage. And then the Constitution saving throw for the lycanthropy
Oh,
is
Herbie.
a failure.
Everybody up.
As if you didn't have
Herbie
enough
gets
problems.
So many good things.
Yeah.
Who's a good little foxy? Oh.
It's starting to feel a little weird. But then follows it up with a short sword attack. 17 will miss. Murray, Britt, Jermaine, it is your turn.
Would I be able to duck behind a coffin, pop up and shoot, or no?
Yeah, we'll say that works.
All right. If not, like I said, if not, I could roll over here. Crawl. Over there, let me try a stealth. There we go.
All right, you are properly stealthed.
Dennis, leave him alone, you asshole. Sorry.
All right, 24 hits.
Ooh.
Did I use a rapier? I meant my short bow, but it's the same. difference.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh. I didn't mean to do that. Let me add
Not
my.
really going to matter.
attack. Yeah.
Arrow pierces into him, and then the wound kind of pushes the arrow back out and heals, and the arrow drops onto the ground. Takes 0 points of damage.
Mm.
In magic.
Professor, it is your turn.
Professor's going to reach into his waist belt and pull out his ornate dagger he has. My boy, use this. He's going to throw the dagger at your feet. And he's like, don't you turn your back on me. And then he's going to cast Burning Hands.
Sounds good.
So he's going to make a dex save. Boop.
Whoosh. Makes the save. We'll take half. And so 4 points of Denilth.
And he will get up in his grill.
Sounds good. Savoie, it is your turn.
So,
So-
Scott, if you grab the +1 mace from the party sheet,
Yeah, so I'm pulling it up.
just drag it to your inventory.
just got to remember how to which thing I do to equip it.
There's a
You go
little.
to your inventory
Yeah,
and then make sure it's the shirt symbol.
there it goes. Nope, no, I just put the not carried. Carried. Okay.
And make
put
sure
it on
Coney has a
equipped.
dex.
But if you, for ease of play, if you use your quarterstaff, we can probably fake it.
Yeah.
'Cause the damage would be the same.
And this
Or
should
for
be-
one-handed quarterstaff, I guess.
Was there?
I don't know what's going on with this thing I just hit. There, I think I got it.
Okay.
So then I'm going to grab this mace, pick it up, and take a swipe.
Whatcha? You got it. You hit.
And
6 points of damage. This time, that wound, as kind of the spiky bit of the mace hits into her, you can see you've drawn blood.
then I'm going to stand my ground. I don't have anything I can really do. I don't want to take another swipe, so I'll just maneuver.
All right, next up, Halibut.
Alrighty.
That attack will miss.
Nice.
Herbie, it is your turn.
Do I make a saving throw for the charm that's on me or whatever?
It's not a charm. It's actually a
Oh, okay.
curse, and so this is
Oh.
this is more of a long-term effect thing.
Wonderful.
If you don't get this
Okay.
curse removed, you'll fully turn into a
Possessed.
werefox yourself.
Oh,
Yeah,
fun.
you-
Okay,
You're used
You are
to
having a
it.
wonderful day.
got it. Well then, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot my crossbow at Dinara then, if that's allowed.
You can. You'll be at disadvantage because you got a combatant
Sure.
right in front of you.
Okay.
But a 15 will hit.
Nice.
All right. So now magical damage plus another D8.
12 points brings Dinara down.
Hey.
Nice one, Herbie.
Thanks.
Tome Bearer, it is your turn.
Okay. Oh, I don't know why that rolled twice.
Either
You
either
targeted
one.
yourself. You
Yeah.
targeted yourself. That's why.
Oh,
Yeah, the one
No.
that either roll would have hit.
I only have one targeted on my sheet. Well,
Nice.
but I only dealt the damage to him.
Yep. So then Deneth takes the damage. Looking pretty beat up. Deneth just kind of looks back at Murray. And he just looks kind of over by Dinara and it's kind of, well, Murray, this seems a little excessive, Murray. And he disengages 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, now it's going to get kind of hard with the grid, isn't it? Gets out into the hallway here. Murray, it is your turn.
Jeez. Well, I look at the dagger that you threw down, Professor. Is it a magical dagger or what's up with the dagger?
It's a shining like white metal. It's a silver dagger.
Okay. Yep. pick it up. Though he'll go and say, you dropped this, Professor, and hand it back to you. And, and don't come back. But he's not gonna do anything. He's not gonna pursue.
All right, Professor, it is your turn.
What's our? Oh my! Professor will pursue. He'll take the deck. You're supposed to use this to stab him. He has 40 feet of movement with Blade Song, so he can get right up to where he is.
All right.
And he's gonna send the owl to claw at the eyes. He's gonna stab him around the back. Dagger.
21 will hit. Should be 6 points of damage, which he takes. He just looks back at you and says, "Look, take all the stuff. It's fine. I don't want any trouble. You can have Murray."
Let's see.
Savoie, it is your turn.
So, I was trying to figure out what happened to Dinar that she's down there.
She's down. She's
dying.
She's done.
Yep.
Okay. Because she was down but not taken off the field, so I didn't know if that was something special happened to her.
No, I guess I just didn't do it. She's down.
Before I made a breakaway, I want to make sure I wasn't leaving an opponent on the field.
Yeah.
I just saw these people running past me then through the door.
Yeah, Denilth is trying to make an escape, and then Professor went in pursuit.
Okay, I wouldn't have gotten a chance to hit it. It wouldn't have gone past me to give me a shot at hitting him.
He disengaged. So
okay. I have 40 feet of movement. I'm going after the one that made fun of my friend. Can I get a stroke in on him?
Yeah, gonna have a little bit of cover here, but you can certainly try to hit him.
Okay.
You have AC of 15.
Not gonna make it happen.
Halibut.
Bonus.
Halibut's not going to pursue. He's a dwarf. He's going to have a hard time doing anything unless he dashes. He still wouldn't be able to do anything then. But he's going to go over by Herbie, and I don't know if he can do any sort of medicine check or anything like that on him to try and do anything about the
I mean, you really wouldn't be even aware of it at this point. And it's not a medical thing, it's a curse. So it's gonna take some kind of magic to remove that.
Oh, can't help again.
Herbie, it is your turn.
All right. I'll probably come over here and look at the tombs because
Don't open
we still gotta get Darius and we still gotta get the FUD. So I want to get these weapons so that I don't have to resist Dimitri anymore. So I'm going to be looking at these tombs to see if there's anything weird about them before I pop one open to try and grab the scepter or the sword and the mail.
Make a investigation check.
Nice.
So you're kind of checking it out, maybe kind of, I don't know, playing around with it, feeling for maybe levers or buttons and things like that. And one thing you kind of notice is like, this looks like a metal sarcophagi, but as you're like kind of grazing your fingertips around on it, it almost feels like it has like a wood grain or something like that. Like it doesn't feel metallic, even though it gives off that look. But other than that, you don't you don't really come up with any like in the 6 seconds that you have right now to do this.
Yeah.
Nothing immediate that you discern. Just that seems odd to you. All right, next up, Tome Bearer.
Um, I'll just move up behind them, and he's probably got a lot of cover, but I will take a shot.
Okay, we'll give him 3/4 cover there. 19 will do it. 7 points. We'll bring him.
Oh,
down.
I didn't target him. Whoops.
That's all right. That's enough. That'll bring him down. He only had 6 hit points left.
Oof.
All right, so you're out of combat. Murray, your former comrades who've fallen to some kind of curse have been defeated.
Good job,
Yeah,
Murray.
Murray.
Brett Jermaine.
I appreciate it, but but as he's there, he's kind of staring there, and even though he looks a bit sad as he's looking over the woman's body, and a bit kind of, they were assholes, Tommy, but they were my assholes.
I do not understand.
He'll just kind of sit there sad for a bit.
Buster will
So-
come over.
And eventually we'll start kind of rifling through the woman's pockets because there's been quite a bit of his stuff that has gone missing over the years.
So there was a wandering monster that had been redeemed in the previous session that stole a bunch of stuff from the party, and you'll find that they have those things. There's an empty water skin that they enjoyed and whatnot. That stuff is all gone, but there's a little bit of gold here. I think that was the other thing that they stole was gold from the party. So
I'll
that'll
take
be
all of it.
factored into the money here. You can take back. I don't know how much it was. It was like 50 gold or something like that. We'll say there's 50 gold in her pocket that you can add to your your individual character sheet.
I'll I'll assume it's mine to begin with, unless it was unless it was the parties that I don't know about. But like I said, they stole quite a bit from me over the years. At least he assumed so. So he was sad, but now he has no problem taking everything. This is my piece of gold. I knew it.
It's got this little weird rubbed off piece.
My mom wrote my name on it.
Yeah. Hey, my mom. He throws out. You can have this one, Tommy. Here you go, Tommy. I don't want this one. And what kind of armor they're wearing and whatnot?
They are not wearing any armor, but they both have short swords.
Okay. Oh well, now he's gonna go, and I'm assuming he went to rifle, be sad for a second, and then rifle through all their stuff, their pockets.
A little bit. If we take their short swords and some of the wood scraps, can you use your power to make me a shield?
Yeah. It'll take an hour.
I think we have time.
Yeah, I have Artesian's blessing, so I can create simple things. It won't be a magical shield, but it can be a shield.
Yeah, that'd be great.
There are certainly enough things lying around to allow that to happen. All right. So Herbie, you were kind of checking out the sarcophagi. Anything more you want to do with that?
I guess I'll just point out to everybody that we need to get these things open because that's probably where the items are. This itch is really hard to suppress. I don't want to hurt you guys again, and I don't want to go die by the flood. So let's just get these things, please.
Right. Well, I will take some time to pick locks on the chests.
Okay. We'll kind of hand wave the skill check on that because given enough time, this will be easy enough to unlock all of these chests. But as you're opening them up, they all contain coinage of various mints: gold, silver, electrum, and even a fair amount of platinum. There's gems, jewelry, all sorts of valuables that it would seem were things that the king and queen were interned here with. Great wealth.
Well, none of the items we're looking for are here.
They're in the tombs.
Have you discovered anything about the caskets?
Well, they look like metal, but it seems like they're wood and they're painted to look like they're metal. I don't know why they would do that. Professor, do you know why they would have made them look metal and they're not metal?
He'll help his mask. Like,
Uh, would I know this, DM?
No.
Just looks up. What I don't.
Uh,
I mean, you can come up with whatever theory you want.
well, I mean, in my studies, typically, if you want to pretend you're wealthy, you paint it look like gold. But as to why there's wooden, I'm not too sure. I have to get a closer look at it. Maybe it's because metal typically is expensive, and they didn't want to really lose their gold, I guess. So they just made out of wood and painted it to look like metal.
Or perhaps this is not the real tomb.
Oh.
Well,
That's
there's
what I
only
think.
one true way to find out.
I will stand away from the caskets.
Do both of them look to be wood?
Yeah, if you go over and feel the other one, it's the same kind of thing. Like it's, and you tap on it, it's clearly not metal. It's just painted that way.
Is there any lettering or inscription or?
Yeah, at the base of each of them in Synodician, Professor could tell you that it says Alexander and Zenobia.
Any spelling errors?
No.
Well, just as a professor of linguistics, this is indeed grammatically correct with the lettering of their names. So, based on the period in which it was written, it seems to be around the appropriate time.
I'm just gonna go over and try to crack one open with a crowbar.
Easily done. You crack open the lid, and on the inside, human remains, bones, maybe a bit of cloth or clothing that has since rotten away.
And I'll crack open the other one.
Same. Another human, it appears to be a humanoid skeleton on the inside with a bit of clothing that is still clinging to the bones.
Perhaps we should investigate the room more thoroughly. I believe these are false.
Yeah, they don't have any of the items we're looking for.
Does this
I'm
room
gonna try
also
and
have
push one.
etchings on the wall or any of the things we saw in the outer chamber?
Yeah, there's definitely similar illustrations and things like that on the wall from the time of their reign.
But nothing that I can use to infer a difference of her story, or while I'm exploring the walls, seeing anything that seems out of place.
Give me another investigation check.
Come on, magic dice.
Circling around the
Like
room,
Rollerball.
you're getting enthralled with this story. But yeah, you're just kind of seeing more scenery of the time of the Synodicians up above, and the building of the pyramid and the great wealth that the two scions had acquired over the years.
Excellent.
Halibut is going to start going through the chests that are around the room, but he's going to try and be careful to make sure there's no traps in them.
You're just like kind of inspecting the contents of the chests.
Yes.
Give me an investigation check.
That didn't come up.
Mm-mm.
I'll do it again.
So, checking out the contents of this chest, it's all false also. Wooden coins painted to look like the currency that
Larry
counterfeit.
Brett Germain, I'm sorry we didn't let your friends take this. That would have been very entertaining.
Yeah, maybe so.
I'm gonna try and push one of the casket that I'm next to. I'm just gonna try and push it, see if it'll move.
Yeah, it's not as heavy as a metal casket. You're able to kind of move it, and it skirts along the floor here.
There's nothing underneath it.
Not that you can see. No, it looks like flagstone underneath.
At this point, like, well, we're not getting anywhere. Mary Brett Germain is going to start rolling his body along the sides of the walls, going up and down.
Sounds good. Give me an investigation check.
I will also investigate the walls.
You go
Okay, you
that side,
could give me one
Tommy.
as
I go
well.
this side. Here we
And
go.
I will mimic his method.
You know, I was gonna do a very similar thing, but in the other chamber.
Whee!
All right. All right. Almost simultaneously, the two of you roll back, and the secret doors open up. One over
That's
here.
how you do it.
And
See,
one
not too bad, huh?
over here.
Oh, wow, I didn't.
I don't
Hey,
know how you guys did that. That's amazing.
And they both, as you investigate, will bend around to tomb doors, the true tombs, it would seem. One for each. The one to the north is that of Queen Zenobia, and the one to the south, King Alexander.
I'm going
take
south.
a look.
Yeah, I'll check the door for traps.
You'll-
Let's do one at a time.
So, both of these chambers, you'll inspect the doors for traps, and you won't detect any. It seems at this point you have won your prize and gotten to both of these tombs. On the inside of the one to the north, the walls of the room are plain stone, and at the center, on stone slabs, a rather simple looking sarcophagi. It doesn't even try to bring up the appearance of this wealth or royalty or anything like that. Very simple. But written upon it on the side of the box are words in Synodician that say, "May the curse of darkness destroy all who dare desecrate my resting place."
And that is on both of them?
That's the one to the north, Queen Zenobia's. The one to the south. Here, the walls of the room are bare. Similar, kind of nondescript stone sarcophagi. And as you enter the room there, you see rising out of the stone box a translucent ghost-like figure with glowing red eyes.
Uh-oh.
And it speaks in a language that the three characters down there don't understand. Oh, wait. I don't know. I think we could make that work. Herbie could probably using the spirit of
Suddenly can.
suddenly able to understand it, and you instantly know that this figure that you are looking at is the ghost of King Alexander, who says, who, after all these years, all these centuries, who is it that comes to disturb the cursed dead?
It's just some folks who want to bring peace to the Synodicians. There's a lot of problems, and we need to solve the problems. And we were told by the folks with the magi, however you pronounce it. We we need to get some of these things that you're buried with to help against Zargon and the Zargonites.
You could see kind of almost like his eyes kind of flare red when you say Zargon. And he
Yeah, you
says,
hate him, don't you?
Uh-oh.
more than you
tell him?
know,
Uh-oh. Maria,
Yeah.
step back a bit.
but I don't believe what you are saying, that Synodicea still exists. Prove it.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So there was a thing that happened where the Brotherhood of Gorm, the Magi of Usumagaris, and the Maidens of Majura were all going to like go after Zargon, and then bad things happened. Darius killed Demetrius. Cold blood right in the back, right? All of it falls apart. Everybody escapes, goes into the pyramid to hide. In the meantime, Zargon is trying to kill all the Synodicians, right? And now he's trying to mount a new attack with the FUD, and we got to stop the FUD. We got to stop the FUD. We got to stop Zargon. We got to get back at Darius. All that stuff needs to happen, and we need the things that you and your lovely bride were buried with. Please and thank you.
Make a persuasion check.
At triple advantage.
Roll like you're trying to run past someone.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
19. King Alexander says, I know not many of these names that you speak, but your story resonates with the ripples of the past, events that have happened before. You speak of my lovely bride, and I'm afraid that it was her nightmares, her dreams, her visions that led me to order the construction of this pyramid over this particular site. Those dreams and those visions were the haunt of Zargon, calling for construction of this place to be developed, calling for slaves to dig and dig and dig until he was released. I regret everything from those times that led to my internment here and that of my bride, as you say. I wish to be put to rest. I wish to be at peace, and that can only happen when this thing that you speak of, this Zargon, is finally defeated. I don't know how you're going to enable yourselves to do that. Many have tried before. Many have even slain him before, and he has always come back. If you feel that these possessions from my life will enable you to win that war against this beast, I say, have at it. And he kind
Certainly
of
won't hurt.
backs away from the sarcophagi and dissipates. You don't feel as if his presence is gone, just that he's willing to leave you alone and allow you to take these things. And as you open up the sarcophagi, there is a skeleton in there as well, but this one adorned with plate mail armor and a great sword that he is holding. And so There is going to be some plate mail +1 and a great sword +2 that will be added to the party sheet here. Up in the northern chamber, that of Queen Zenobia, what would you like to do?
Oh, I'm gonna wander back out and tell everyone it's cursed.
Yeah.
Oh, but I can't read it.
I can take an etching of it and bring back what's written on it. And then maybe someone who is possessed could understand it.
Or you
Yeah,
know, a
or-
native of the
Yeah,
place.
I was gonna say.
But the native of the place has been so busy standing in the middle room doing
The one
nothing.
that he's just chilling.
I'm going through my notes, damn it. What do you want?
A little help, maybe?
With what? What do you need?
Yeah, Professor
Oh.
would be able to go up there and read that for you.
Based on the etchings and the calligraphy work of this, it would appear that some sort of darkness lays over it. It's some sort of curse.
Well, I'll go back and relay that to everyone.
Oh.
If you give me maybe 10 minutes, I could have a look at the sarcophagus itself and maybe discern possibly what it is.
So, just because of the time and things on this session, you basically have a choice here. You know it's spelled out pretty plainly that whoever opens this, some kind of curse is going to befall them.
Herbie!
Okay. Look,
Go for 3.
I've had a lot of troubles here leading up to this moment. Not only with Demetrius, and then now it seems that I will turn into some sort of fox werewolf that will try and eat you all in your sleep. And losing my family, I feel like the only thing that I can do now, besides run away and cower in fear, which I'm done doing, is open the sarcophagus for you and take a third curse / possession.
Is this sarcophagus made of metal?
No, it's stonework.
Oh, it's like, you know, I could just try the owl. I mean, it's unfamiliar. I don't know if he'll do too well.
No,
I mean, it's an owl.
no. Save
No,
your owl.
Save your owl.
I can literally summon another one. This is
You
not
just
that
got
big of
another
a
one, right?
deal.
Herbie
We're gonna
does
have-
like-
Why don't you ask the guy to come over here and maybe talk to his wife and tell her to maybe cool it?
Herbie just does like dead man walking.
Uh-huh.
I wish I had that dude here to give me a last meal.
Oh my
And
lord.
just- Push open the sarcophagus.
I was gonna say I was gonna do it before he did. I was gonna go on
Herbie,
total place off
no!
It sounds
Herbie
like
doesn't like to raid tombs.
Herbie doesn't like to raid tombs. Herbie doesn't like to raid tombs. So you push open the lid. On the inside is a skeleton that has interned with it this scepter and
We'll pick up the scepter
a gold crown.
and the crown for good measure.
I haven't quite decided what that curse is, but given enough time, we'll figure it out. So I'll just have to make a mental note here. Herbie.
The good thing,
Herbie,
though, is that
triple
Herbie knows he
cursed.
has a curse, right? The good thing is that Kirby now knows he has a curse. He didn't know
This
he
is
had
true.
it
Curses
before.
and possessed.
He does know.
It's great.
Yeah.
Oh, I rather hoped that Demetrius could do something. Never mind.
So you have the wand then there too, the scepter. So that is going to conclude the session. You've successfully found these items of power, which Ariga and the Magi are more than happy to allow you all to possess to use against this war. The Magi more or less see the Wanderers, the Desert Wanderers, as possibly the glue that can unify and bring the clans back together. And so they're hopeful that you using these artifacts from their history might serve as some kind of symbol to enable you all to maybe persuade them eventually to come back together. So we're going to close it out there. Do some things offline here. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us here tonight as we were playing some Lost City with our Patreon supporters and Twitch Prime subscribers. If you had fun watching us and want to come hang out with us in between streams, come join us in the Discord. Popping up a link to that if you'd like to join us there. Next time we will be live, we'll be with DM Dave tomorrow night at 7:30. I don't really remember what the content is. They're not doing Kingmaker tomorrow.
I think Adam is running a session.
Oh, Adam's running it. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's like a one shot they're going to be doing. So that might be kind of fun to check out and see. I don't know if Adam's ever run a game on the channel before, so that'd be kind of fun to see what he's doing tomorrow night. So come check that out. That's all I've got. If you want to come and support Extra Life, we are doing that right now as well. Pop up the link to Extra Life. We're raising money for various children's hospitals. We've got the DMs from the channel putting up some games for the week of Thanksgiving. So if you'd like to support that cause, go ahead and check out the team. We've got a number of games. People are offering different incentives for their various games that they're running. So check that out. All right. We're going to pull us offline. Thanks, everybody. We'll catch you all soon.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.